Hello, gentlemen. How are you doing? I hope you're all doing fine because I'm doing fine. Today, we are going to learn about something very important, which is first, we're going to see, I'm going to give you a small introduction to Firebase Firestore, and then we're going to implement the Google Sign In for our application. And after that is done, we'll start retrieving some data from the database on our Firebase. So I really hope you guys are getting excited because the app is starting to look more like an app. So let's do it. The first thing we are going to do is basically go to your browser and open Firebase. Mine is already opened. So here you just click on develop, and develop, you go to databases. You can read this. For the users, since I want to implement a collection for the users, you can use a real-time database. It's most of the times people use a real-time database because the cloud, the Firestore is on beta version, and but anyhow, we are going to use the Firestore because it's very cool, even though it's beta version. We'll just hit on create database. Create database. Oops, what's happening? Okay, let me just reload my page. Okay, just hit create database. And it's taking more time than expected to open this page. I don't know what's the problem. Okay, let's do something easier. You can hit create database for the real-time database, and then we are going to switch. But for you, it's going to work. If you create database for the Firestore, it's going to work. I'm just finding a way around it because my page somehow is not responsive. Maybe because I'm not using Chrome and I'm using Safari, I don't know. But okay, if you are able to just click on the Firestore icon and create database, do that. If you're not, you can click on the real-time database, and from here you can just change to Cloud Firestore, and we're going to use this still on test mode. And it's going to start creating our database. Okay, this is done. I just want to give you a small introduction on how the structure of this works. Uh, Imagine we want to create a group of users. We would do what? First, we call this a collection. And if you're familiar with real-time database, no, with relational databases like SQL and this kind of stuff, a collection, imagine a collection has a table name. Okay, so we can just put here user, and the fields would be like the fields of that particular table. You can write here ID of type string, and value is going to be 123, and we can add another field. We're going to call this field name, and I'm going to write here Santos, and here on the document ID is where we would put this 123 is like the primary key if you're working with relational databases. But let me create, and I'll try to explain you how this thing works. So here I'm creating our, so here we have the table name, and here we have this field 123 for the users, and this 123 is basically the same as this ID. It's just an identifier. So if I want to create another user, I would create a document and I would give it the document ID of 456. It has to be unique, and here I'm just going to write ID and I'm going to repeat, because here for the document ID I'm giving basically the user ID 456, and I'm going to add another field, and I'm going to call this field, my connection is somehow not working properly today, I don't know what's happening, but okay. And I'm going to add another field, and I'm calling this field name, and here I'm going to give Embark, which is my second name, and I like my name, so that's why everything I use my name for everything. But anyhow, you see, so in the app this would be like we're creating one user here, his ID here, and then we want to create another user, we're going to use his ID here, and here we have the content, and finally we can create, just to make sure that you understand how this thing works, 789, let's suppose is the ID of this user. You have to write the field name is ID and the value is 7889, and I'm going to add a field. I'm going to call this field name, and the value of the name would be YouTube, for example. Save. So this is the basic concept, okay? Have the ID, and through the ID you can access the fields, and you can create another collection under these. Under these you can create another collection if you want to. Let's suppose I want to create a separate collection called address. Oops. Address, and I'm going to click next, and the document would be one, for example, and I would be what do you have for the address? Oh, street, and street ABC, and town anything, and what else, country, moon, he lives on the moon. Save. So under these, for this particular user, we have another field called address, and we have the values here, and it just has a way of showing you that under one document can add, for example, you have the user, you just want to store username and some stuff, and for the address you want to store everything together, you can do it like that. Okay, I really hope you guys understood this. I'm going to erase all of this because we're going to do this stuff through our application. This was just something for you to understand how it works. Okay, I'll delete everything. Yes, I want to delete everything. Now, since we had our small introduction into Firebase Firestore, we can now go to our app and implement the user login and all of that stuff. Okay. Where's the app? Here we have it. So how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? We are going to do this in a very, very special way. Let's create another images, and what we have images, and I'll create that on the pages. It's supposed to be under pages because here we are going to create our login screen. Hey, and now let's just put here new Dart file, and we're going to call this file login. But for our login to perfectly work, we still have to import a couple stuff here on our pubspec file, and just go to your favorite browser. Mine happens to be Chrome, and write what Firebase out, then Flutter. Okay, you just come here, you hit on install, and you know that you need this. Oh, let's go to our pubspec file. Let's start putting in some work. Then something else is Firebase Firestore. Okay, Cloud Firestore, it's here. Blah 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 blah. You come in, copy this, go back to our app, and we're going to, okay, and other than this we need Google sign in. So just write Google sign in, and we have it here. Installing Google sign in. Okay, we paste this here. And what about shared preferences? Shared preferences. Installing, copy and paste. Let me zoom to make sure you guys can see this. And one of you guys gave me the suggestion of making the videos 1080p. I would consider that, but the problem is that the videos are going to be very big and it's going to take a lot of more time for me to upload them, and yeah, that's the problem. The last thing you'll need to import here, we're importing quite a lot of things, is called Flutter Toast. Is it toast like this? Yeah, it is. So we are going to install this. We have it here, and let us pray that the pubspec file gives us no problem. Let me open and package get. Package get. Let us pray, let us pray, let us pray. Okay, no problem. Don't mind the red line, no problem. It worked fine. But most of the times, the problem with the pubspec file is because of the indentation of the file. Okay. So this part is done. We can now start putting in some work. Okay. Oh, well, I can close these now. And I'm going to import the material, blah, blah, blah. And zoom this a little bit. Package Flutter material Dart. And then here, the login doesn't need to change nothing on runtime, so we'll just create a stateless widget and we'll call this login. Okay, sounds right. I can put this on full screen. Maybe it's going to be helpful because I usually do this when we need to see the changes over here, but we're not going to have any change for now on that screen. So ladies and gentlemen, no, this is not supposed to be a stateless widget. Create a stateful because something will need to change. But you know what? Most of the times when I'm creating a page and I'm not really sure if I'll need to change some content on runtime or not, I just create it as a stateful widget, and then I have nothing to lose doing that. So you can just do it like that, okay? Login, I think it's safer for us to do it like this. Oh, then let us start importing some stuff. We're going to need to import package, shared preferences. We're going to need to import another package of Flutter toast. We're going to need to import another package. Oops. Import another package, and this one is going to be Firebase out here. We may need to import another package, and this one is going to be what is it, Google sign in. I hope there's nothing left. Oh, maybe there is something left. We're going to need to import a package, the Firestore, Cloud Firestore, this. Okay, we do have a lot of packages here imported, but anyhow, it's Gucci. Oh, now let us start putting some work in. We are going to create two final variables for now here, and final. The first one is going to be a Google sign in, and we're going to call this Google sign in is equal to new Google sign in. We're just creating a basic object of the type Google sign in, and then we're going to create another variable final for the Firebase authentication. Final, then we're going to put here Firebase out. We're going to call this Firebase out is equal to Firebase out dot instance. Okay, we're going to create a variable shared preferences. We're going to call this preferences. I like to pick the suggested names. Okay, then we're going to create another variable, two variables actually of type bool, one called loading, and the second one is logged in is equal to false. By default, we're just going to put this false, and here I'm going to put false. Okay, let me take a time to explain to you guys what's happening on the screen. Well, here seems like a lot, but actually it's nothing too fancy. We are just creating a variable of the type Google sign in, then Firebase authentication variable called Firebase auth, shared preferences. If you don't know what shared preferences are, is like when you log in, let's suppose you download an app on your mobile phone, okay? Then you log in for the first time. It's going to show you some tutorial screens, let's suppose. Then left, you can do this and that and that and that. But if you open the app for the second time, it's not going to show you that again. Why is that? Because there's a value stored somewhere on your mobile phone, like a set of values that define whether it's the first time you're opening the app or not. Okay, so that's shared preferences. Then we're going to create the two variables of type bool. Now, we are going to create a override method for initial state. Okay, and the initial state we can just call super dot initial state to call the initial state of the base class. Okay, you don't need to understand this difficult stuff. You just have to know that you have to write super. You're just calling the initial state of this class over here. And then we are going to call a function called is signed in. I can give that name. Is signed. Signed in. Okay. Since you don't have this method created yet, it's going to give you that error. Just click on here and ta-da! We create this method. Now, what are we going to do? We are going to create, this is going to be async. Async stands for asynchronous. I can even put this up here. I'll put it down here. Async basically means asynchronous is going to wait for something that's going to come on the future, but while you're waiting you can be doing anything else. So trying to break it down in the most simple way possible, something like that. So here first we are going to set a state of loading is equal to true, because as soon as we start doing what, having a look on this or executing this function to check whether the user is signed in or not, while the function is executing we're supposed to be loading the screen. Okay, then after that we are going to create preferences is equal to await shared preferences dot get instance. Okay, we are assigning an instance of the shared preferences to this variable. Await, because this is a future method. It's something that it's going to come somehow in the future. For example, when you are loading your Instagram or any kind, and you have that round thing circling, it's basically because you are waiting for the data to be loaded to your device. So await is like hold on until you get the value from this. You wait a bit. Okay, and I'm trying to put this in the most simple way possible. I really hope you guys are understanding. Okay, then for our is logged in, remember that we created this variable. Is logged in is going to be equal to await again because we want to hold for a bit. Google sign in dot is signed in, and this is going to return a bool. It's going to check whether the user is signed in or not. Okay, so if statement is logged in is true, you don't have to write if it's true, because if it's true it's going to be true. Okay, to make it simple for you guys, you can write it like this. Writing this is the same as just writing this. Okay, so for this case, if it's true, we'll want to do what? Navigator dot push, and we're going to do something called push replacement. What's the difference between push and push replacement? Not named, only push replacement. The push replacement, once the page changes, the user doesn't have the ability to hit the backspace and come back to the login. Since we are going to do what? We are going to log the user in. We don't want to give him the ability to go back to the login page since he's in, unless he does a logout, of course. So, material page route, the builder context here is going to be context, and from here we are going to go to our main page. So we may need to home page actually. So we may need to card login profile. Okay, let me open up the main. Okay, home page is here on this main page. It wasn't supposed to be. I would need to create a separate file from there for there, but okay, that's not a big issue. We can see what we do about that afterwards. But I think we should organize this now. So let me create another file here. New file, we're going to call this dart file home page, or simply home. Okay, import, as you know, package Flutter dot. Okay, I'm too lazy to write sometimes, so I just spend more time searching for the auto completion, but it's done. And then we're going back to the main page. Let us copy this stuff here. Where does it start and where does it stop? Okay, from here I can just oops. From here, just below the main, I can just copy everything and go to our home page and do what? Paste it. Okay, we have a couple issues here and there, but that's not a problem. We'll go back to the main and we are going to cut all of these as well, and we're going to paste this here. And what we need to do now is, for the main, we'll need to import the home. So let me zoom, import. You can do something very nice, just do it like this. You see, packages, home. So you don't have to write Flutter blah 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 blah. Just do dot slash and write the directory. The problem is gone now. But no, we don't want to go to the home actually from the main. We want to go to the login page. So here, instead of home, I'll write dot login, and here we are going to load the login page for now. And then here on our login page is where we are going to do import. Since it's in the same folder, maybe I don't need to write that. It's not a directory. Let me just try to write import home.dart. Oh, and it does work. Since you are in the same directory, just write the name of the file. Now, let us go back here, and from here, we are going to return a new home page. Okay, it's done. Probably we'll need to pass some info here, but let's give this the basic structure. Then we're going to start analyzing that. Okay, After this is done, because the user is logged in, we are going to do something very easy, which is setting a state of loading is equal to false, because we know that the user is logged in also. Okay. I don't know this how long this video have been, but I feel like it's going to be kind of long. Now, going back here, let me just give you a small explanation. I don't like to just jump to new stuff while we probably didn't completely get the first one. So here guys, what's happening? We are seeing when you load the login page, at first go and execute this method, the is signed in method. Okay, so what happens in here on this method, we are going to do void is signed in async, meaning the method is asynchronous. We'll be waiting for something that's going to come from the future. I don't know if that makes any sense, but basically means that while we're processing something, we can be waiting for something else. Then here, when we begin the method, we're going to do set state loading is equal to true to make sure that we have that circular thing symbolizing the loading. We will configure this, no problem. Then the preferences is equal to get an instance of this of the shared preferences, and is logged in is equal to await Google signed in. This is just to make sure if the user is signed in on Google or not, and if he is, this is going to be true, and then we are going to redirect the user to our home page. Then loading is equal to false. Now let us handle what happens if the user is not signed in. If you are watching this video on YouTube, unfortunately it's going to stop here. This is the part 1, and I'm going to publish the part 2 of the video afterwards. If you want to continue watching this video today and now, make sure to go visit my website www.santoenoch.com, and I upload videos more frequently there. So if you're still eager to learn about this now and you don't want to wait for the next time I'm going to upload on YouTube, just go and visit my website, register for free, no problem, and you can watch the content. And moreover, I publish more videos there than I do on YouTube, so make sure to go check that. But if you don't want, just wait for the next upload, and it's going to come very soon. Okay, thank you for watching. See you on the next video. Let's go back to the app now. So here is where we left off with the part 1, and this is the part 2. What are we going to do here is, first we're going to create a method of the type future. As I told you, future is that a type that means we are waiting for something. It's asynchronous basically, and we're going to call this handle sign in. Then we're going to give this a sync to show that it's a future type and is asynchronous. So here we're going to create first preferences is equal to await shared preferences dot get instance. Then we are going to do here set, and we are going to set what is loading. No, not. We're going to set loading equal to true, correct? And then under here we are going to create Google sign in, and then we're going to give this Google sign in equal to await Google sign in no, we did the Google sign in, sorry. Now we want to do the Google account. Yes, Google sign in account, because here from here we want to get the Google sign in account, or simple put, I'll put here Google user is equal to await Google sign in now dot sign in. As simple as that. Then we are going to create another type called Google authentication, and I can call this Google auth. Okay, Google authentication, I'll just leave it like that, is equal to Google user dot authentication. Okay, we need to put await here because this is a future type. Await. And no, it's not over if you think it is. Now we have to create a Firebase user, and I'm going to give it Firebase user again, is equal to await, you guessed it, Firebase auth dot sign in with Google. Okay, and as you can see here, for the sign in with Google, you need to provide some parameters, which are the ID token, which is going to be Google authentication dot ID token. Zoom out a bit and let me try to organize this so you guys don't suffer. Then we have Google authentication again dot access token. You don't have to worry about this, it's going to be automatically generated by Google, and you just have to paste this stuff like that there. Then we want to check something. If our Firebase user is not null, meaning if he exists, let us start doing something here, and else we'll do something else. Okay, so if our user exists somehow, we'll firstly check if he is signed up. Okay, how do we do that? We are going to write a query snapshot. Basically, we're going to query our collection as I showed you before. That's why I had to show you how Firestore structure works. So it's going to be final, then query snapshot, and I'm going to call this result. It's going to be the result of the snapshot basically. Then await Firestore instance dot collection, and the name of the collection is going to be users. Okay, where ID, which is the user ID, is equal to Firebase user dot UID, user ID. I'm sorry about that. Let me close this, and I do have an error here. Let me try to see what's happening. What does it say? A value of query can be assigned a value of query snapshot. Okay, it's easy. Just write dot snapshots. Is it snapshot or get documents? Oh no, it's get documents. Sorry, sometimes we forget the syntax. Get documents. So we're going to create, the result is going to be a final instance of what? The Firebase Firestore, and here we want to query a collection, and for this collection, the fields, we want to check where the ID of that particular field is equal to the ID of the Firebase user, which we're going to gain from this. If we have that, means our user is already signed up to the application. Okay, then after this, what are we going to do is final again, and now this is going to be a list of the type document snapshots, and we can give this the name of docs or documents, depends on how you like it. I'll give it documents. The name is up to you. Is equal to result dot documents. Easy peasy. Oh yeah. Now there's a lot of hassle here. So there's a lot of things we have to do to make this stuff work. But okay, that's not a problem. And the other problem is that I usually hate when I have to write a lot of code without testing it. I have to write lines and lines of code and then run it. But unfortunately, for this case in particular, we have no other go. We have to write code and then we're going to test and find out if we have some bugs and fix them. Okay, now we're going to do if documents, and I'm starting to comment less. I'm noticing dot length is equal to 0 basically means if this particular user doesn't exist on our collection, what are we going to do? We are going to sign him up, basically meaning we're going to create the user and insert the user to our collection. Okay, fire oops firestore dot instance dot collection users. Is this the name I gave here? Users. Okay, the collection must have the same name. Then for this user, we're going to create a document which is going to be what? Firebase user dot UID, and for that we're going to set data, and our set data is going to take a map. Okay, and how is this going to work? Let me try to put this on a very good structure. How is it going to work now? Let us input some values to our map. First, our ID is going to be equal to Firebase user dot UID. Correct. And I'm having an error here. What is it saying? Missing selectors such as identifier. What? Oh, sorry. This is not supposed to be equal, it's supposed to be column key value pairs. Okay, no problem. What? Username column Firebase user dot display name. And what else can we need from the user is the photo. I'll just write profile picture. Profile picture. And the profile picture is going to be equal to Firebase user dot photo URL. Okay, seems like there's a lot going on, because probably there is a lot going on. But here, let me take you guys a little, and if you're getting fed up from me always repeating what I just wrote and you can understand, I'm sorry, and I just want to make sure that everyone is in the same pace, because there's a lot of things going on this screen, and maybe somehow someone doesn't understand, but okay, enough of that. What's happening here for our future handle sign in, we're going to create type of shared preferences and say, okay, that's not the goal. Let's go straight to this. First, we're going to create a Google sign-in account type, and this is going to be a Google user. Then await Google sign-in dot sign-in. Okay, we're going to sign this user in. Then we have Google sign-in authentication. Google sign-in authentication is going to be what? Await Google user dot authentication. We're going to authenticate this user which we just signed in. And then we're going to have Firebase user, this is what we want now, is going to be equal to Firebase authentication dot sign in with Google. And then for the ID token, we're going to have the Google sign in authentication ID token, and then access token is going to be this. If this executes perfectly, we are going to have what? We are going to query our collection and first look for the user. If we have a certain user which the ID of the user is equal to the Firebase user ID we just got from this expression. Okay, so here we're just taking the result and assigning that to a list. If the document.length is equal to 0, if the list is empty, meaning we don't have any user with the same ID as this one, we are going to insert that user on our Firebase collection, and this is going to work like this. Okay, if you guys have any kind of doubts after this, feel free to contact me. Okay, enough of that. There's another thing that we have to do here, which is await preferences dot set string. We'll save this into our shared preferences. ID is going to be equal to Firebase user dot UID, and then we're going to create another wait, again preferences dot set string username is going to be equal to what? Firebase user dot display name, and we're going to have await preferences dot set string for URL. This is we're going to use this afterwards. It's going to make it quicker to load some basic information of the user even when their connection is not very good. Then I'm going to give here firebase user dot display name. Okay, I think that's everything we need to have now. Now, let us come out of this. If this document does exist, meaning that the user exists, we're not going to insert him to the database. We are just going to do what? We are just going to set our shared preferences here. And here, instead of having this, we are going to have something else. We are going to have where's that documents here. We're going to have documents index 0, and what do we want from this is ID. Oops, it's supposed to be in here. ID. Let me copy this and I'll just paste it over this stuff here. And then for the username, you're going to have your username, and finally what? For the URL, we're going to have here for URL and here for URL. So if the user does exist, we'll just take the data from the document and insert that into our shared preferences. Okay. And if this is successfully done, we'll have here Flutter toast dot show toast, and the message of the toast will be login or what? Completed, successful. Okay, logged in. Or login was successful. Okay. And then if the login was successful, then we have to do something else, which is set loading is equal to false. And before we leave here, we will need to go back to our home page, right? And probably we will need to pass some of this information to our home page, but okay, I'll see how we're going to. That's why we have all of these preferences set. Okay guys, I went ahead and fixed that error, and the app is now up and running, and if everything is working nice for you, you're going to have something like this. Okay, so how do you fix it? Is not like probably you're not going to have it. It's not something that's going to happen, but if it happens, you just have to come to the Android directory and open the app, and then open the build Gradle, and then you have to pass this code: implementation com.android.support support. Okay, I'll try to leave this somewhere you guys can access with no problem. And I'm sorry for the background noise. But okay, anyhow, just let us give a small retweak. Oh, sorry. Let me give a small retweak on the app, on the look of the login page actually. And we are going to do just basic stuff like just add a styling there and just make it, oh sorry, text style, and we're going to give this colors dot. I'm going to give this a red with shade 900, which is this darker red. I like it. Elevation, I'll give it 5.1, and let us give a small background color to this flat button. Colors dot red dot shade 900, and what else? Let us change the color of the text so it doesn't come black. Oops. Style, then you're going to add the text style. Colors, okay, color, then colors dot white. Okay, a small refresh here, and we have something like this. Okay, we didn't have time to work very much on the UI, but anyhow, let us go to the moment of truth. Pressing here, you click on this wasn't supposed to be here, and we have an error here. Let us see what the problem is and how can we fix this, and I'll try to put this on a better place. But anyhow, platform exception, sign in failed. Okay, Google services out of date, requires but found. Okay, this problem, if you're running on a real device, is not going to happen, but since this is not a real device, we have it. How to fix this? We just need to update our Google services, and we have different ways of doing that. You can come here to simulator, and this is what needs to be updated. Let us press in here and go first of all here to your Google Play services. It's going to take a while loading, and here is where you have to update. So when you're running this on a simulator and you encounter this problem, you see that's the problem. We are using the version 11 and it requires 12. Just hit update. It was supposed to be updated. Okay, it may take a while. Just come here and hit update. And it's going to start downloading this. So you better do this even before you run the app. I was supposed to do it, but whatever, man. After this update, everything will work just fine. And as I said, the problem of writing a lot of code and then having to test at once is that most of the times you will end up having multiple errors, but that's not an issue. Let's give a center here instead of the container only, and here let's give a container, and for the alignment of this container we can give alignment dot center, and finally we're going to put here the color. I can put here dot 9. Okay, and let us run the app, and this time I'm positive that everything is going to work fine. But if you're running this on a real device, you're not going to have that problem probably, but for the emulators most of the time you have that. You just have to update your Google Play services, and it's all you have to do. Okay, it may take a while to have everything running, to have everything up and running. Okay, let's hit the login and see what happens. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is up and running. Let me just do a small. Oops. I may need to press outside the app. I am trying to do a small screenshot, so I will use this image as a thumbnail. I'm sorry for having to do that on the video, but you know, just a second, and it's done. Okay, I'm sorry for that. Now you will pick your Google account, and it's processing, and we are in, ladies and gentlemen. Your Google sign in, it's working. We should be happy. It took us a lot of time to make this work, but thank God it's working now. Let us go and give a look on our Firebase and see how things are. Oops. If I reload the page on our Firebase, this is what's going to happen. I'm sorry, I have to click on authentication. Man, I don't know what's happening today, but I just logged into the wrong Firebase account. The one I need is here, database, and as you can see, we have here users, and we have the details of the user, like the username, the ID, and everything. It's working perfectly. And if you go over here, authentication, oh, there's a small thing you need to do in order to make this work. You have to sign in method. You have to enable these, the Google and the password. I should have told you this at the beginning of the video, but okay, I'll leave a note. But anyhow, thank you guys very much for watching. From the next video onwards, we will start working with the posts. Okay, this was a very long video, and I'm going to divide these into different parts to be able to upload it. Thank you for being part of the team, and see you on the next one. Bye. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the channel. Well, guys, now it's time for us to start putting some important work. If you've been following the tutorials, you have this, like this is what we did on the last video, and now it's time to get things going. We're going to implement the email login, and Google login is already done, but other than that, the goal is to have all of the user information on our Firebase database. Okay, so I don't know if I'm going to do this on a single video or I'm going to take two to do this, but yeah, let's do it. And another thing that I want you guys to notice is that at the beginning I used to write this code and then test it before, and then make another video doing that, but now I don't really have a lot of time to do that. So on this video I'll be trying new stuff, so if I make some mistakes and this and that, please forgive me for that, because I don't want to take much time waiting for this to happen. I'm just going to do everything on the spot. Okay, done. Now here's where we left off on our last section. Let's start by doing some changes on our UI. I'll put this on full screen for now, since we don't really need to see that. Okay, and let's start to think about our UI. Now we have this on our stack, but I may need to change this from stack to column. Need to change you guys to column, or even better, I can leave it as a stack because I want to take this down to the bottom of the screen. So oops. What I can do to is, let me zoom, is integrate a bottom navigation here, and then I'll use a container, and then as a child I'll put this here. Okay, other than that, let me add some padding to this. So okay, I can add exactly here on the button. Just click on the widget and let us add padding. Okay, we can take a second to see what happened. Hold on, wait a second. Hold up. Oh, okay. I still have a center widget here I can get rid of. Get rid of this as well. Okay, so here's what we wanted. We have this at the bottom. What can we do now is, let me try to fit both the code and our device on the screen so that we can be able to view both. Okay. Oh, another thing that I want to do still in here is to add brightness, color. Okay, now what, we will come back to this that button. For now we can leave it like this. What I can do is change the padding because I want the login option to be at the bottom. So let us use only here for left padding. I'll use something like 12. Let me copy this code, paste it, paste it, paste it. Okay, right side we'll take it 12. For the top, however, I'm going to go with 8, and for the left side, oh, bottom side actually, bottom 8. And let's see how it reflects on the app. We increase the padding over here, and I think this is fine. This is super fine. Now what else can we do is, let me go back to the code, just taking a while to work with our UI. Let's remove the app bar. I think it's not required to have it now. With that out of the way, we will want to add a image. I just downloaded an image here. Pexels is a good site. I came searching for fashion and I found a good one. I think you can come here and download your images, and here's the image. I'll provide the link to this, but the image I downloaded is here. What is it? It was this image here. So I have this image. I'll show in folder. Okay, here is the image. First of all, let us rename it. Oops, what did I do? Okay, I'll rename this image to background image, and I think this is good enough. I'll copy you. Copy, and let's go back to our app, to our images folder. Okay, and we will paste that just like that. Not all I want to do is paste, and it's asking if I want to paste. Okay, so I'm planning on using that image on our UI. Yes, this image would be available on our Git as well, so you'll get it from there. I'll give you the link. Anyways, let us open the pubspec file, and there's something I used to do that I don't really need to, which is this. So I just have to give the images folder to make sure, and just like that I will include everything inside of our images directory. So just hit packages get, boom, and it's done. Now it's not the home what we want. Where are we? Here on the login. So what are we going to do now is to uh, let's include that image over here, not inside the visibility, but here. Mm, I'll just copy this to give us some time. Log in all you want, but that's not supposed to be passed like that in here. Here's going to be image.asset, and back we are going to give the name of the image is back.jpg. Okay, I hope that's right. Mhm. And fit, we want to do a box fit cover, and for the width of the image I want to do double infinity. So this section or these pieces of code are just to make sure that our images fills the whole screen. Now let's rerun the app and see if we can see the difference or what. And yes, we can. Things are starting to look nice, don't you think so, guys? But okay, there's still a couple things to change. For example, I don't think that this is something super good to have this white section in here, so we can try to integrate our this button inside of this. I think that would look better. um, Let us integrate that inside of, remove that from there and integrate it here. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, let's not work with the color of this now. Come back to that. There is now find a good way which we can use to include these in here. I could use a column there. You know what, for now let's leave it there and then we're going to change that afterwards. And I think it doesn't look that bad, does it? Hopefully it doesn't. Okay. Oh, so what else can we do now is this new, not new, um, container, because I want to include the logo. The good news is just I went ahead and worked with my design capabilities and I create a basic logo for our app. So alignment, I want to align this to alignment dot what's that, top 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 center, top center, something like that. And for the child of this, I'm going to provide image asset as well. Okay, so now let me include that logo in here. Where the logo is at, if I open here, I guess I left it on my pictures and I do have a couple logos in here. Okay, here we have our logo. I'll just rename this to be easier for me. I'll just write logo. .png. I'll copy that, and after we have that copied, we are going to do the same process. Just come here and paste it on our images folder. So do you want to paste logo.png? Okay, include that on the repo. Yes. And what we have to do now is to go to our pub spec file and packages get again, and boom, it's done. Now we can come again back to our login, and I'll just copy this piece of code here and I'll paste it over here. Okay, I'll take this piece of code in here and I'll paste it over here, and here we're going to change this to logo.png. Okay, then let's give this a width of what? I'll try 150 and equally height of 150. So let's rerun the app and see if something does change. On our app, okay, we're not able to view our logo. Let's make sure we have the logo well downloaded and try to open it. Okay, so what can be the issue here? I think is this. Okay, images slash logo. Let me run it again. Images slash logo.png. Logo.png seems correct. Let's try to display our logo then. We don't have it. Okay, let me try to comment on our current background image and see if maybe the logo images. So the image logo is not displaying. I'm not 100% sure why. Let me go again to the pub spec file and do a packages get, just to make sure that we have the packages up and running for the images. Okay, and that's the new information as well. The app is going to be called Flutter, mixture of Flutter and Fashion, so it doesn't have to sound very nice, as long as it makes sense a bit. Okay, that's not the point here. Let us try to get our logo. We don't have it, so what's happening here? Let me for now try to get rid of the width definition and see if we're going to get our logo. Okay, for a very strange reason, we don't have it. Oh, and I don't seem to find where I did the error. Logo.png here, and we have logo.png here. The same way we have back.png, and the images seems to work just fine. No problem. That's not a very big problem. Let me just do one last try. which would be to delete this and try to run this for one last time, and our logo image is not showing for now. Okay, I'll give a look into that. I think it's not something that we should stop, because for now I'll comment here and I'll see why. Oh, maybe there's a point I'm missing here, but anyways, hold the logo for a second. You can just come here and comment to do, and then I'll write here make the logo show, and we're going to come back to that. Now that we have this, what else can be done here is, okay, let me add a container. Container. So by using this container, we can get a color overlay, and what can we do is, let me put this on full screen. Let me first of all, I would like to integrate this over there. So here, instead of a stack, I can go ahead and use a column. No, I'll do like this. We'll do, I can wrap this stack inside of a column. We're going to expand this stack, but still you may be getting this outside. Boom, boom, boom. Because I'm not really fond of this design here because of this white space left here. Okay, we will see what we do about that. Let us continue working. Let us add a color overlay to this. So I'll give this a colors, then let's start with black with opacity 0.2 for example, and for the width I'm going to give this a double dot infinity, and the height as well. This basically means that this is supposed to take all of the space available, both for the height and for the width. Control save this and see the difference. It's darker now. I don't know if you guys can notice. If I change this color for something like red, maybe it's more notable. You see? Okay, so with that part out of the way, let us just 1 second. Oh, sorry. Just a second. Yes. Okay. Now, what do we want to do here is we will want to add a form, a login form. So I'll put this on full screen for now and I'll go back. We have our stack here, container defining our colors, and let me add another container. I'll okay, container. And for the alignment of this container, I'll give alignment dot center, and again inside of this, for the child, I'm going to use a center widget, and for the child of the center widget, I'm going to use a form. And as a child of the form, I am going to use something called flexible. Oh no, can we, oh, if you want to, we can just go something like column here, or flex, and give it children. So we have an error. Where is that problem? I can see it's telling us we have an error. We're having an error. What's the error then? Okay, give it a time. We will see when we try to run the app. Now, let us make use of final foreign key. So, working with forms is something I like more, because you can validate the forms. We're going to create the key for that particular form, and the key is going to keep track of the form state. Okay. So here, where is that? Here we can just use a column, problem solve. Now, what are we going to do in here is to, inside of the form, we can define first, even before, in here, let me define the key of this form, and as we gave their foreign key, let me indent everything. So inside of this we have some column elements, and now we are going to define our text input forms. Sorry. And we have here, for the login, we're going to use the email and password. Well, and for the email, we're going to need some validation. I have some validation code here. I'll just copy that, and I'll explain to you guys what's what and how things are happening. Let me just copy this widget here, and I'll place that here. So here's what is passed. What do we have here? We have, let me create, to solve that error we have down below, just come above here and create something called a text, something called the text edit controller, and we're going to call this email text controller is equal to new, or just to text edit controller. And since we're here, let's create another text edit controller for our password. So the text edit controller is going to allow us to retrieve the values that are present on the input fields of a text input or form or anything that has an input to it. Okay, so we don't need this. Here we have text form field. Pay attention, now I'm not using a normal text field, it's a text form field. Okay, and here inside of the text form field, because it's what we use to insert text into the form, we have a decoration. Then we have, oh, better yet, I can try to run this, show you what happens, and then explain it to you. Oops, it's very difficult to see it, but it's here. Yeah, I'll make sure it's more visible than that. It's very here at the top. So what we can do here is the following, because what made me copy here is because I wanted this validation. So I will erase the rest. I'll do one thing to make sure you guys understand what's happening, because I don't want you to feel like you're just copying something else, something you're not understanding. I'll cut this validator, and I'll come down here, I'll paste it, and I'll comment it. Then I'm going to use it here. Now, to this widget, the text form widget, let me clean everything and write so you guys. So we have here text form field, okay, because we want to have a text input, and in here we're going to give the decoration, oops, and our input decoration. First we have the hint, what's going to be written here, and what's going to be written is email. And what else can we define in here? What else can we define in here? I can now for the login. What are we going to use? The email of the user or the user name? Okay, I think going with the email is better. So icon, let's just give this icons dot email. Then what else can we use here? We can make use of border, border circular radius. Oh, we can do this outline input border, something like that. And okay, we have a lot of attributes that we can actually define here, and I'm just I'm, I'm just putting stuff here, but we have a lot of things that we can do. Let us see what this does. if you can see, now we have this here. So it's not very easy to view it. So what I will do here is try to wrap this on a new widget, and this can be a material widget. And now border radius of this widget, we're going to give a circular radius of 20.0, for example. And for the color, um, let us give this colors. What's happening? Colors dot white dot with opacity 0.5, elevation of 0 because we don't want any shadows from this. And here, how can we how can we how can we remove this, because I don't really want any. Okay, I'll remove the border for now and try to control save this and see what happened. Better. Now what we're going to do is add a padding to this. So add padding, maybe not a 8 but something like 4. Broom, 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 broom. And to the material, I'm going to add padding as well. And let's see how things are coming off. Good, I think. Let's add padding on the left. Okay, something like 12. Okay, so we are starting to have our app having some form. Now here again, for our controller, we are going to use our email.text controller to get and retrieve the text from here. Let me see, I'm trying to remember how can we remove this, and I'm not quite sure of how I remove, because I want to remove this line down here. I don't really like it that much, but okay. If I do it like this, it's going to make things look strange, so let's leave it the way it is for now. And here we have our email text controller is going to retrieve the values from our input form. And here we have something very important that usually we don't have on normal text fields, which is the validator. And let me copy and paste this code because the pattern is kind of oops, I wasn't supposed to paste that inside of the creation. it has to be here. Okay, so now we have this pattern is very long and I wouldn't be able to remember this anyhow. We have the validator value. We are going to catch the value from this text field, and if the value is empty, we are going to display this message. Now, if the value is empty or if it doesn't follow this pattern, and here we are doing a regex. Basically we are just creating this variable of type regex expression, and then what are we doing is we are making sure, or we are asking if this expression inside of the if regex, which is the variable here, matches the value, or if this value follows this pattern here, because we're creating the pattern and this is the pattern. Okay, and then we are creating a variable of type regex, which is going to take this pattern as an attribute. And then for the if, we are going to check if this value here is going to match, or if this value which we are going to get from the input field will follow this pattern. So I hope that was not very difficult for you guys to understand. Now we are going to need to use this again to get the password. So what are we going to do here is tag the padding here and just padding, just copy and paste this again, and differently here we're going to write the validator for our own selves to make sure that we understand. Seems like there's a lot of things going on here. I hope you guys are able to keep track. Where what am I trying to do here? Then we are supposed to, oh, here's what I'm supposed to write, and I'm getting confused. Okay, let's focus on this, and the controller now is going to be what? Password text controller. And here for the text we're going to write password, and for the icon here let's try something like lock. We have here lock outline, and let us use a validator. Let us write one. We have value, which is the value we're going to get from the forum. And first we'll check if, then the value dot is empty. We want to return something saying the password field cannot be empty. And then else if, let's suppose we want the password to be at least 6 characters long. Value dot length is smaller than 6. We are going to return the password has to be at least, but this is very useful for the registration, not the login. I'm just using it to show it. At least 6 characters hope I didn't misspell nothing here. And there's an error there. We didn't. Okay, so this is how the validator works. Let me try to do a control save on this and see how it reflects on the app. We have the password field, and we do have the email field over here. What we can do here is try to, let me go back here and try to use a color like black, because I don't really like how the red is coming off. Sounds way more better. Oh, feels, not sounds. I'll put this on 4. Yep. Yep. Mm -hmm. And I will add a top padding to this container of, I want only top, and the value is going to be 16. Still not enough. Still not enough. So what can we do here? What can we do here? Let me try to remove this and come down here. Remove this. What did I do here? What did I do here? Oops, Control Z. Erase here, and I'm trying to center the forms. So I had to remove it from the container, and still it goes to the top. Okay, I'll do this using padding, no problem. I'll add a padding here of or top, or only top, and the padding is going to be of something like 30, on the top. Control save. Not good enough. 80 pixels. What about that? Still 150. Is that high enough? 200. Okay. I think it's starting to look good actually. What else can we do here? Is adding finally a button to login. So let us come in here copy this and after we did the copying, paste it. Oh, we don't need this, so remove it. Clear here. Let's use something like blue to do the login. Opacity of 0.8, and for the child here, let's use a text, simple login text, and for the text align, um, text align center. Let's see what happens. That's not exactly what we want. No problem. Let us structure our login button in a different way. We'll still use the material, of course, but here let me, for the child, instead of putting text, there's something called a material button. It has an unpressed. For now, let us just leave it like that. And apart for the unpressed, we can define some things here, like minimum width of the button, and let us use a media query here of context, of course, dot size dot width. So what is this going to do? Basically, what is this going to do is make sure we take up all of the width of the parent widget. On our case, that's the material. So we have the unpressed. Now here we'll again pass a child of text, and now we can put login as the text. Text align. We're going to do text align to the center, and let us give some styling to our text. You can use style. No, let us use the normal things like text style here. For the color, I'm going to give a basic colors dot white. What else? Does the font need to be bold or not? Okay, let us give it a bold font. Font weight dot bold. What about the font size? But let us see how. Boom. And we're starting to have our design here, but that there's something I'm not enjoying very much, which is this color blue. What if we go with a red? Is it going to look any better? But since we'll then do a login with Google, I don't know how good would that be, but okay, let's leave it like that for now. How about we remove the opacity and just use red. No, Okay, here we have it. And I think that I don't know how long have I been talking, so maybe that's a good time to stop. And I can say that we're done with the UI. Let's just give it a font size of 22. And from the next video, I can just go ahead and work with the back end of it. 20. Okay, guys. So I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you did, don't forget to hit that like. Don't forget to hit that subscribe. And finally, wait. I'm saying bye, but at the same time, it seems like I don't want to let you guys go. I'm just increasing the opacity here because I don't think 5 is looking good. So perfect. Now it's good. Now it's good. Here, just give it a 10. For the border radius, just give it a 10 here as well. And we can leave the login like that, no problem. Okay. For the email, do you have a mail outline? That would be very handy. Oh, we don't. But let me use that at symbol. Okay. Oh, so guys, here's the UI for the login. On the next video, we're going to start putting in some work. But since we're here right now, let me copy the sign in with Google option. Here and do, before I wrap up the video, I can take this Google sign in option. You know what? I can come here and copy the login button again. And then paste it here and do a sign in with Google. Cut this. Boom, 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 boom. Create the text here just above the heading of that button. And oops, a quick thing to do is other sign in options, login, since login is the word I'm using. Before that, let us use a divider here. Other sign in options and Google. It's perfect. Let us change this red here to blue again. And do So now what are we going to do is coming down here, I will copy the unpressed action and I will paste it here on our, let me put this on full screen to make sure you guys understand what's going on. Unpressed action, and I'll paste it here. What else can I do before I wrap up this video? Here on the icons, let me try it. Do we have a Google icon here? Oh, we don't. That would be awesome. Hmm. So what's next? We have here other sign-in options, and we have Google, but this text is not visible, so I'll steal the styling from here, and I'll paste it here, and it's fine. And for the divider, colors that white as well. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Other looking option, Google. Okay, it's starting to look good. Let me just come over here and make sure I remove this. And okay, I would have to rerun the app to fix that bug. And we have a small problem here with the height of the picture. And how could we fix that? Just a quick fix before we finish this part of the video. Boom, 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 boom. Where do we define fix fill? Let's try to stretch this using height. See if that's going to solve our problems. Ta-da! Our problem is fixed. And what is left to do here? Boom, 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 boom. We can do something like go back to that column widget here, and let's try to push all of that stuff downwards. So for our padding here on the login, I can just create a expanded widget, and see if it's going to push our UI down. No, that's not what we want. No, that's not what we want. That's definitely not what we want to do. Go back to normal. And I think I know what I can do here. Is just above this divider, can I create a container, an empty container, and in here let us create a new widget, expanding, signing with Google downwards. Hello beautiful people, how are you doing? I hope you're all doing good because I'm doing great. Well, first of all, as you can see here, our simulator is kind of different today because I'm using my real device, not the simulator, because it's kind of slow when I use this Android simulator and stuff. I'm using my real device and I'm using this software called Visor but this is the free version. So the video quality, because I'm screencasting on my computer, so sometimes the quality of the video gets really bad, but don't mind it. As long as you can see what's happening here, we're good. What else? As you can see, again, our UI is kind of different. The image on the background, I didn't change it. It's just not displaying on this screencast and on my mobile. I don't know why, but you'll still have it. And here, let me open up the code and I'll show you a couple of stuff I changed, and then we can move forward. If I open the project and I go to my pubspec file, again guys, I really had to just come over here and add for the, if you remember, the logo was not showing, so I had to come here and add it explicitly. I did this before, just adding the images folder to get all of the image inside of the folder, because you can do that, but for whatever reason that's not working for me. I don't know what's happening, but it's just not working. So I had to come manually and add the image logo and the Google logo. That's it here. What else? If I go back here, okay, I just fixed the issue with the, if you can see, now the image is visible. Our UI is looking good again. So let me still show what happened inside of our code, because I did change some stuff. Boom boom boom. Coming down here, now the logo is working, so I can remove this to do. You just have to go and add the path to the logo on the pubspec file. This will make the code work again. And the second thing I did, if you remember, this was a column, like inside of the form, your form key column, and here now we are using a list view, and change it to list view. You need to do that. And finally, I want to remove the Google sign-in option. I mean, it was good to learn it, and maybe we'll use afterwards on other projects, but here is not super important, so I will just remove that from now on, and we'll see what happens afterwards. But for now, let's just remove the Google sign-in option. Remove this, other options, blah blah blah, remove it. And again, the second thing I did was just adding this text here. Don't have an account, click here to sign up. That's the second thing I did, adding this text here. Let us run a control save to see how the code is right now. And this is how the app is looking. And we have don't have an account, click here to sign up now. And what else we're going to do here, now that we don't have the Google sign in, we will change the code a bit, but I'd rather go this way. It's important, maybe afterwards on the future we'll come and implement that again, but for now let's just use the normal email and password. What else? There's a new widget I use to write this, but you don't really need to use a text spam. You can use a row or normal text to do this. Right, if you don't have an account, click here to sign up. And anyhow, you will have the link for this code on the description. If you just want to have what we have here, you can just go and copy that. But I think this part, at least regarding the UI, is something you guys can do. and I don't want to waste no more time on basic stuff, because if you made it this far, I believe that you are able to at least implement this. You don't have to use a text spam, but if you want to use, just use a rich text as a child, and text is one of the properties you give text spam. And style, we just write as if you're styling a normal text widget, and you give color white, the width of 400 and font size of 16. Text spam, then you write don't have an account, create one. Text spam again, sign up. But as I told you, if you don't want to use this and if you think this is kind of complicated, just use a normal text, sign up, or use a row, then give this text, then this one. So this kind of an assignment for you guys. Try to do that by yourself, okay? And back on the video 25 to 26, you guys have been complaining that there's a mismatch, but what happened there is that I was having an error. I just didn't edit the video correctly, but I was having an error and I stopped the video and I came back when I solved the error. It's not a major issue. You can jump that part and just continue, and you're not going to have major problems. Okay, let us start working now. We are going to change this code a bit. I mean, not really a bit, kind of completely. And how we're going to do this, let us not clean everything. Let us do this gradually. And what are we going to do here is we will create a sign in with email. Okay, we'll create an account using our email, and we did write a lot of code. Just erasing it feels bad, but we have to do what we have to do, guys. Let's erase this. Don't cry, guys, don't cry. Let's erase this, and we'll find another way to go about doing this. The first thing I want to do here, what? Did I just delete the foreign key or what? Because I'm seeing an error here regarding the foreign key. Okay. On this video we are going to create the user finally, and I want to make this a super quick tutorial. I don't want to make it super long, so we are going to do things a bit fast. And here for the pad, let us start by editing the padding here, and now we will use something called padding from left, top, right, and bottom. For the left, I'll give this something like 12, then 8.0, then right 12.0 again, and 8.0. Okay, we have this. Just come over here to our button, paste it. Let's hit a Control C and see how things are coming off. Matter of fact, let me put this on full screen so that you guys can understand what's happening. Reformat the code to make sure it's visible. I didn't. Let's put 14 here for right padding and left padding, and top we'll just leave it as 8. Okay. Put 14 here, 14 here, and now finally we're going to do the same over here. Give this 14 and give this 14. Okay, what we want to do now is when we click here, can we new? Sometimes I use new because Android Studio just doesn't give me that lamp to just add a new widget, and even now it's not giving. Whatever. Oh, or new. Okay, whatever. Let me try to inkwell. Boom, 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 boom. And we cannot use inkwell here, and that's a fun fact because I wanted to use a rich text in here, but no worries, we will do something else regarding this text. I will go and follow the approach I was advising you guys to follow, which is to use a simple something like a row. But okay, let's make our life simple, and instead of asking blah blah blah, don't have an account, blah blah blah, we will just do here. Matter of fact, let me see what I did remove from here. Okay, let's remove the rich text, and that's a plus if you guys didn't really understand how it works, and we'll just add a normal text saying, guess what, you guessed it, sign up. And let's give this a style. Oops. Sign up. Let's give this a style of text. Text style colors dot red. Okay, and now we can use an inkwell here, just a detector, but I like inkwell, so let's go with inkwell. And here on tab, we want to open a new page that we didn't create yet, called the register. So let me close because I have a lot of stuff open here. Okay, let us go to pages, just create a new one. Oh, we are going to call this one sign up. Okay, on the sign up page, we're going to import packages. Flutter material dart is going to be a stateful or sign up, and for the body of this is going to take almost the same structure as the login page. So I will just come here and copy this, all of this, copy it. Let's go to the sign up page, paste it. We're going to have a couple errors, don't worry. Go again back to the login page. We need the loading is loading. I don't know why I did this. I was super distracted, and this just makes no sense to have it, but okay. For now I will copy this, and we don't need the Google sign in, so I will copy this because it's important. Go again to the sign up page, and I will paste that stuff here. Firebase out needs to be imported, so just click here. Just click here and import it. Oh, what else do we need to keep track here? Boom boom is the loading, so come here, copy this, and after I copy that, I will come over here and paste. And finally, what's the last thing for us to do? We have the email here, the password. Let's do something. Let's create a confirm password controller. Let's create the text. Let's create our name controller. Name text controller. Let's create a string variable called gender. Okay. And what are we going to do here? First of all, we are going to remove this forgot password field because it's not required now. And then here for the sign up, we are going to write login. We are going to give text align center. I'm sorry. And here we can give a basic navigator. Navigator dot pop context. Oh, there's a small issue here. Okay. What else do we need to do here is we'll change here to register. Done. We have the password field. We will duplicate this field too. we'll duplicate this field to, and the hint is going to be confirm password. um, what else? We have the email here, and the last thing that we want to have is the name. Oops. Okay, this validation is not used for the name, so we can just remove it, and the name field cannot be empty. Okay, this is the basic structure we have. Now let us go back here. Now we have a couple issues here. What are the problems? Boom, 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 boom. Didn't I remove all of this? Let's clear these up. Let's remove this. Okay. Comment here as well. Let's remove this. Oops. No. And we will clear all of this stuff. And finally, we have here on tap for the sign up, and I'm going to, of course, do the navigate dot push sorry, material page route, and for the context here, let us give a context. Here we have to return a sign up. Sign up must be important as well. So done. Let us rerun the app and see what happens. Okay, this is what we have now. First of all, this sign up is kind of in a bad place, but that's nothing. We can fix that. We can even go ahead and use a role here. Put all of these on the same way. Our simple fix of this would be for the sign up text would be something called text align center. Let us see if this will fix our problem, and it does fix our problems. Okay, then let us try clicking on it. Boom. Now we have the registering option. We want to have the name, the email, the password, and to confirm the password, but let us change something over here. Over where? Put this on full screen now. Let me put you on full screen. Go ahead to the name field. Where is that? Oh, sign up not in the register. Okay, let's go ahead to the name field boom, 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 boom. And still here is written password, so let's change this to full name, for example. And for the icon we will use person. Okay, but I would be very happy if they had something like person outline, and they do have that. And our UI is looking like this now, and in my opinion it's looking good. And if I hit login, I'm sent back here. If I hit sign up, this happens. So here I can enter my name. Oops, oops, oops. This is happening because I just copied this and somehow I'm giving reference to the same controller. Let me fix that issue. Hmm, let me fix that issue quick. Let me fix that issue quick. This must be the name controller. This must be the confirm password controller. Okay. Hello, beautiful people. How are you doing? Welcome back. Well, again, you can see that I did some changes here and there, but I just changed the button color, and that's not something to get worried about. I can do the same for the register screen, but no issue. On today's video, we're going to do something super mega hyper awesome. We will finally create our user and perform our login. We will create our user on the database and we'll log him in on the app. So with that being said, let's get busy. Let me put this on full screen. Boom. What else? First of all, let's make sure we open the sign up, and here instead of register I'll write sign up. Done. What else? Oh, we need to change this color to red just to match the concept of it. Okay, it's looking good. What else? Now let us do something else. Because I don't want to have a lot of red here, we can just take this link and turn it blue for the login. Done. Something else you have to do is come over to the main screen or the main file and add this line theme. We are defining some themes for our app theme, and then you write theme data. Primary color is going to be equal to red dot shade 900. So this is going to be the primary color of our app. You have to come here and edit this. Perfect. Home page, we're not going to use it now. Login page, boom. For the login page, again, we're not going to use it now. Let us start working over here. And the first thing I may want to do is just right there before the mail, I guess it's fine. We can add this. Let's add a row. Boom, we have a row. And children, okay, just add a small comma here. And I'm sorry if you can hear the background noise. One of my neighbors is too excited today and is making noise. But okay, that's not our problem. um Now what we want here, come over here and let's add string, then here radio, no, group value, and here let me put this as male, and you'll understand what I'm doing this in a second. This height is not required, so we can just remove it. uh we can keep on going down and down and down and down. Here we are going to add a new widget called radio, and for the value of this radio we will put male, and for the group value we will write group value, and on change we'll write something here, and value changed, and the value change is going to take our E. So what's happening? We are creating our first radio button here so that the user can select his gender, if we may. But this method doesn't exist yet, so we may just come here, create a method, and inside of this method we will create a switch or if, okay, if statement. If E, which is the value, is equal to male, um, let's do something to make this even better. Remove this, and we can put the set state here is equal to M, which is male, group value is going to be equal to E, and else if our E is equal to female, our group value is going to be equal to E again. Here is male, not male, or what's this? Done. So let's come back here to our radio button, comma here, and let's try to do expand. Add a new widget, expanded widget. Copy this, come down here, paste it, and for the value of here we're going to give female. Oops. Female. um what else can we do here? Let us create some padding into this, or is that something required to do? I don't know. Matter of fact, let me add a list style to our, then we're going to add a title. But the title is not going to be the radio button, is going to be trailing. Is it like this? Oh, I think I misspelled this. Okay, now for the title, we'll put text, and inside of the text we can write, something like mail. Okay, and we will style this. We're going to give this a text style. At least for the color, we can go colors dot white. And we still have the issue here, but what I can do is, for now I will what's happening though? I will cut this and boom boom boom. Okay, let me organize this code better. Oh, we have our title text that goes until here, and what we want now is a trailing, and for the trailing we're going to pass this. Okay, again, organize the code. For now, let me just delete this section down here, and okay, let me do something else here, which is copying here and bring it over here. So for the text, something else we can do is, for the text align, let's go with text align center and see how things will be. Or better yet, we will go with text align dot end. Okay, and I will copy this and I'll paste it here on our mail, text align dot end. And here we will put female, and the value is going to be female as well. Okay, let us see what's happening on our app. And this is what's happening on the app. And if I click on female, it's going to select female. If I click on male, it's going to select male. But this is not quite visible. So what we can do here is to, I'm sorry for the background noise again. Okay, what we can do here is, I can wrap this row inside of a container widget, and for the container widget we can just give a color, then colors dot white dot with opacity 0.5 or something. And then after that is done, we will want to have the padding here for our container, and even for the text we can change the color. No, I will give it 0.5, and let us add the padding here. Why are you not giving me that lamp? Okay, so we will add padding, and we will just copy the padding configuration for the other widgets, and oops, I'm sorry for that, and we will just paste that over here, and if we go back to our app, now we have something more or less like this. So you can select male or female. Okay, I think it's good enough. There's not a lot I would want to change anyways. Okay, with that part done, let us actually create the user now. Now let us do some validation. Make sure the validation is perfectly working fine. And the way for us to do that, first of all, when we pick the gender, I want to go back here to on value change, and gender must be equal to E as well. Same thing here, gender is not equal to E. Okay. For the password fields, we want to do two things. First is coming over here, and we want the obscure text to be true, so that we'll just see dots because it's a password. And for the confirm password, we will do the same thing, so we'll just see dots again. Okay, what else can we do here is this validation is okay, this one is okay, and else if here we want to see if the password controller dot text is not equal to value, we want to return a text saying that the password is and the value inserted for the confirm password do not match. Okay, the password and the confirm, or I'll just write the passwords do not match. Done. Perfect, right? Something else we may need to do here is for the border, then we need input border dot none, and just copy this to make sure that underline doesn't show. That's why we're using this, and just copy it and paste it everywhere inside of the input decoration. Make sure you're pasting on the right position, blah blah blah. And for the full name, the same thing. Done. Is there something missing? Well, I don't think so. I do not think so. Now, if we are to view what's happening on our app, you see, now we don't have that underline here. We just have the text, and this is what we want. Fine, awesome. Um, what else? What else is there to be done? And just check this. When we're typing the password, now we're getting these dots because of what we did. Awesome. That's what we want. And finally, I'm trying to do something else, giving the option to hide and show the password. Um, let us how can we do that? Is by coming over here. Okay, let's try. And we'll add a new widget here, which is going to be a list tile, of course, because I like list tile. And here, instead of child, you're going to give title. And then make sure you wrapping the text form field in that title. And here, after the title, we're going to give trailing widget, which is going to be icon button. We're going to give these icons. We'll do them full screen to make sure you guys see. And for the icon here, icons dot I. On pressed, for now we'll just leave this as it is. Okay. And matter of fact, let me not use icon button because it's going to increment the width of that text field in a way I don't want. Let's just use the icons dot remove red eye. And this is what happens. Because of the icon, this password field, it's bigger than the normal or the other fields. So I don't know if that's something we will want to live with. I don't know. But having this functionality to view the password, what you're actually typing, it's something very useful. But I don't want to compromise the design as well. So what can we do is, let me try something, and if I think it's looking fine, maybe we can leave it like that. Let's just take this padding. Done. And we will paste that underneath the email field. To see how it looks. Okay. And for the password, I think it doesn't make much of a difference using icon or icon button. At the end of the day, I'm getting the same effect. So just put here icons, or I can just reduce the icon size. That would be something. Think fast, samples, think fast. How do you want to go about it? Okay. Icons dot remove I. And for the unpressed, for now, let's leave it like that. And this is what happens. um, if I try to resize this icon, does it make a lot of difference on our UI? It doesn't. It does not. I'm trying to make sure that our design looks fine. That's why we are on this trial process here to see if things will get any better, because we can go ahead using, okay, you know what, let's leave it the way it is. Doesn't make, it's not a big deal anyhow. Okay, so we will leave it the way it is for the password. And for the confirm password, again, we come over here, then we will add a new widget, which is going to be a list tile, sorry, list tile. And instead of child, we want the title. And again, just come over here and copy this, blah blah blah, and here you paste it. Okay, and it's okay, but what's the use of this now? How can we make this work? Come over here at the very top, and we will create another variable, a bool, called hide pass. By default, it's going to be true. And when you come down here to the obscure text, we will just paste hide pass. And for the confirm password as well, must be hide pass. So what else? When we click on this, what we're going to do is simply to set a state where hide pass is going to be false. Copy this and come over here, just do the same thing. Okay, I guess that's all for now. Of course, if we were to test this on the app, as you can see, we are typing the password, and if I click on this, for example, here we are typing the password. Oh, man. Let me rerun this. Okay. We'll hit sign up. Here we come. Then we will start typing the password. And if you can see, now we are hiding the password. And I just hit this and we display the password. That's all. Now, let us actually go ahead and create our user on the database for now. What is it? What's supposed to happen when you press on this? We will create another method called validate form, and the method doesn't exist, so we will create that. Okay, form is supposed to be form of form state will be equal to form state is equal to form key dot current state. Okay, so to validate our form, we will if what our form state validates couple things we will do here, and first of all is we will reset the form. Okay, that's not important to reset the form because anyway we're going to be shifting. We have to create our user. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is come back to the top, and there are a couple things. Our Firebase app is already here. First we'll do one thing. Instance. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, current user. We will try to check if the user exists. Okay, and this is how we do this. But because it's asynchronous, we have to use a wait, and this method here is going to be asynchronous as well. Okay, when we validate, we will check if this Firebase user, or if the Firebase, if there's someone logged in or something does exist, and after this we will if user is equal to null, meaning that the user does not exist, we will do something which is Firebase user dot create user. Maybe that's not the best thing to do, but anyway, await dot Firebase out dot we want to create user with email and password. That's what we want. And here we will have first the email text controller dot text, and afterwards we're going to have the password dot text. Okay, Firebase user. Or better yet, let's not do it this way. Okay, oops. Reformat this. So here we have the Firebase out create user with email and password. Email we're going to take from the email controller, the password as well. When this is done, then this is going to return something, and that something that's going to be returned from this method is the user. And when that user is returned, we will want to do something. Okay, let us create let us create another package here. Oops, not a Dart file. The package is going to be called db, for example, and inside of that package db we will create a new Dart file called users. Okay, and for that class user services, uh, we we will need to import a couple stuff here, and of course we'll need the Firebase database. And we will just hit here and bloom. Let's just go here and Firebase out is not what we want. We need Firebase database. um, okay, I wanted just to go and copy somewhere, but seems like I will have to write import package. um, Firebase okay, I think that we don't have the Firebase database package here, do we? Yes, we don't. So we don't have that dependency, so what we can do here is open Safari and Firebase database Flutter. Installing, this is what we need. Copy and go back to our Android Studio and paste that and run a packages get. Seems like we are having a problem here. It depends on blah 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 blah. It's saying that this version of the Firebase database is not compatible with the other ones, so just remove that. And okay, when you do this will automatically find a version for you, so just remove the version when you get that kind of error and the problem will be solved. Now let's go back to the users, and now we will do Firebase database. That's what we want. So in here we will use Firebase database, and here it's going to be called database, which is equal to Firebase database instance. Okay, done. And what else do we want? We want string, which is going to be our reference, and that string will be equal to users. Done. Now we need a method create user, and this will eventually take some parameters that we will define, but for now in here we're going to have database dot reference dot child, and for the child we are going to paste ref dot, okay, just delete this, and database Firebase database reference child ref. Here for this child ref is basically we are creating a new node, and the name of the node is going to be called ref users. And if you're coming from SQL or another kind of relational database, just imagine this as the table name. Okay, done. And here we're going to create a push because we want to push something into the database, into that table. And for the push we are going to set takes a map, so I will just leave value in here, and I will make this to take a map value. Okay, this is all that we have to do. Catch error e. Ooh, can we use this like that? So if we have an error we will want to oops, what's the problem, bro? Print, we will want to print that error e dot to string. Not required. So what we're doing here is we're getting a reference to the database. We're creating a table called users, and we push a set of values that we're going to get. Okay, and when we have the error we want to print that error. That's all we're doing here. Now what else is here to be done? Just come over our sign up, and we will want to import db and users.dart, and again user services is equal to user services, which is equal to user services. Done. We have this imported. Now let's go back down here. Let's go down to our validate form. So then what will we want to do in here is I'm saying create a user with email and password, and then from that created user we want to do something. Okay, then what? Then in here we will do user services dot create user. This is going to take a map, that's why we need to define that map in here. Map, and the name of the map is going to be value, which is basically a set of data. Oops, in here, and we're having an error. Expected to find undefined name value. What would be our problem here? Okay, maybe what he wants is this, but still we are having a couple of issues here. So what I can do is, instead of defining that variable there, come and define it here. And what we're going to do here is basically just do value is going to be equal to and in here we will define user name, and the username is going to be equal to what? We have a controller for this. Name text controller dot text. Okay, bro. Let's cut this. It's giving us a couple issues, and we will define our map in here. Create user. We have that the username is going to be equal to this, and what else do we want? The email is going to be equal to Firebase user dot email. Where is that? Email. Oops. The user ID again is going to be equal to user dot UID, and here again I can remove this. So the username is going to be equal to user dot display name. It's better. Display name. Okay, the name, the email, and the user ID is somehow done. And what else can we do here is the gender of the user is going to be equal to gender because we defined this. And another thing that we want here is orders for now. We can just give an empty map, and wish list. Oh, you know what, we will not define this now, we will define this afterwards. Okay, this is all we want: username, email, user ID, and gender. Done. There's something else I would like to do here, which is we are going to give the user dot UID in this function as a parameter, and let's come to the user dot dart here. Instead of just taking a map, we will want to take a string again called UID. And here, what's the difference? When I use a push, it will automatically create an ID for me, for the user, but I don't want that. I want that the ID of that record inside of the table matches the ID of my user. That's why we're passing the ID. So I will do something like oops, ref slash UID. So by default, I will have this UID as the ID of that table, the record. So basically we're saying table name users, the ID of that record is the same as the user ID. So what else is there to be done? This is solved, and once this is created, we will do something which is um, we have this user created and all, and after this is done, again we can do a catch. Oops, catch error just in case, and we will print error dot to string just in case we get some problems there. And once all of this is done, we will just go to the, let's go back to the login, and boom. What I want is this. We will just do this. Go to the home page. Okay. Delete this. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we did write a lot of code here. Let us try to see if things are working or not. So just hit run. For now, we only have the logic for the register screen, so let's try something first. Let's try just hitting sign up and see what happens. Oh, I forgot to do something. When we hit sign up, where's sign up? On press validate form. Okay, we have that. But for whatever reason, our sign up seems not to be working. Let's put that on full screen. Wait, 1 second. Um, we can do something like form state dot reset here after that is valid, just to make sure things will work perfectly fine. And here because there is some mismatch here, This cannot be a void. This is a future. So we can do it future void. Okay. Mm-mm. This is a future method. It can't be defined as a void. Done. And some other things we can do to improve this is just come to our sign up here, and our is going to be asynchronous. Let us run the app. Okay, give it a time. Sometimes this takes a while. Oops. Oops. It's taking a lot of time, more than expected. So let me just stop the processing, and I will run the app from zero. Okay, let us take a time and then see what happened. Okay. Just left to do our final test to see if all of the code that and after that is done, this video will be over. I wanted to do a short video, but you know, it's not an easy task. I can tell. That's what I can tell. Yeah, but everything seems to be working fine or well written. So let's just hope it's working as expected. Okay. Let us go back to our login, and if we hit sign up, now it's working. We have a bunch of errors here. The password cannot be empty, blah blah blah, all of these fields. And now let me try to fill this stuff up, and for my name I'll write here Santos Sanchana. My email is going to be Santos Enoch .ss at gmail.com. Mail, of course. Let us create a good password now. Okay, I'll just put here 1 2 3 4 5 6, and here the same thing, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Hit sign up. Kaboomba! I'm logged into the app. But now that's not all. We need to make sure that what we need to do here, just a second, is go to Firebase and make sure that our user was actually created. So open my console, just open wherever you configured. Boom, boom, boom. So let's go to the databases and let's open our real-time database. And ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Hmm. It does seem like we had a small issue here. And if we go to the users, okay, we have the authentication here done, correct? But the problem now was here on our database. But anyways, that cannot be a major issue. Do we have any information here? Okay, we have it here. And it says no such file or directory for the file-based authentication. Invalid argument file-based user. Okay, I know why. I know why. And let me put this on full screen. And in here, the error was, let's go to the validate here. Just add to string. Okay, and let us try to do this again. Sign up, and now I'll use different credentials. Okay, here's our sign up window. For the name, I'll write Santos again. For the email, I'll write Santos at test.com. Mail, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sign up, and we are in. Let us see if we have any log or any error info in here. Do we? Okay, let us go and check if our database did change. Let's go and check if our database did change. And it did not, and we're still having if we go back here to our authentication, we have the second user. Okay, I'll make sure I restructure this because it's probably a very minor issue here. We can do this, trying to solve this without having to struggle much, because this video has been already too long. And let's go back to our first approach. Instead of that, just taking a map. Okay, and what else here on our sign up, we can do some basic modifications, because this might be why I'm having the error here. I'll take the name text controller dot text. For the email, again, I can take the name text controller dot no. I can use the email text controller dot text, and for the user ID I'll just leave it like that. Let me go ahead and create another account first to rerun the app. Is it done? Well, hopefully. So let's create another account. I'll create a fake name, John, and for the email just j@test.com, password 123 123. I can hit display password so you can see that it's working. 123 123. The password match. Okay, let's go to our database now and see if we solve the problem. Boom, boom, boom. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Don't mind this other fields are just things I created. I don't know why. Don't mind this. But our table or our node is users, and we were able to create this. We have our first user pushed. When I use push, this ID is automatically created. I didn't touch this. Now we have the email, the user ID, and the username. Okay, it's done. The only issue here is that this is different. These two fields are different. So let me try to fix this. Let me try to fix this by doing something like, because that what happens when you create the user using a push. Now let's go to the user again, put this on full screen. I don't want this to be automatically created, so I'll do something here. I'll create a string and I'll call it ID, and I'll say that it's equal to value what? User ID. And then here I'll, for the reference, I'm going to create ref slash ID, and we have this. Let's rerun the app and see what happens. So I really, just a second, let me go to Firebase authentication and delete all of these users. Delete account, delete account, delete account. Okay, all of the users. Run the app again. Okay, let's do a sign up. Of course, for the username, Santos, email santos at test.com. mail, password 123 123, and here 123 123, sign up. And we had an issue, probably because the passwords do not match. Okay, not a problem. 123 123, hit here, 123 123, and when I hit sign up, for whatever reason, for whatever reason, we are not user ID. User ID. What could be the issue now? Because all of the problem seems to be solved. I don't know what's wrong with you. Okay, because this was signed into another user. The last test that we can do to make sure things will work, I'll come uninstall the app. I'm having that problem because if you remember, I already had logged in with one account and I'm trying to do a login again, so things are not working perfectly. Let's run now and positive it's going to work. Okay, this may take a while. This may take a while. And this video is longer than expected. But anyways, that's not a big deal. Probably I would have to then edit this video and cut these parts for you guys. Just wait. But unfortunately, I'm not going to do that because the video actually is too long, and I would have to take some time to make that happen. But guys, I really hope you did understand, because this video was super long, but nevertheless super important, and I believe you did learn a lot of new stuff here that you're going to be able to use on this or other projects you have. And yeah, that's it. So now we're just waiting for the processing to finish, and to be honest, it's taking some time. Okay, it's done. It's done. Sorry for making you wait. Sign up. Let us do our test. Santos. No, let me do something. Okay. Blue. Another name. Mario. M at test.com. Password 123 123. Again 123 123. Again, sign up. And somehow we are having an issue here. I can't understand why is this so. Okay, this is not fun, but there's a way around that. Let us just come here to our confirm password, because you are giving us an issue. You don't know what's wrong with you. So what I will do is comment on you and focus on important things. Matter of fact, I'll just remove you because you're giving me problems and see if the problem was that failed in particular or the whole app. Mario, Mario at test.com. Mail, of course, password 123, 123. Sign up. Still, we are not signing up. Oh, damn. I believe I know what's the problem. Let us do a final test, and if it doesn't work, we will solve this issue on our next video, okay? On page, what I have to do is go ahead and import this, and let me we will be redirected to the home page, and in here I just have to hit log out, done, sign up, Jesse, email, gss at test.com, is a female, and the password is 123, 123. Done. I needed to do a logout. That was the issue. And we in. Let us go to our users, our Chrome, and if I refresh here, go to our database. Let's see. Let's see. And still we only have. Oh man. Okay, we will come and make this work perfectly on the next video, because this video was already too long. And actually it's working. I just have to fix something here and there. Okay guys, we will fix this issue on the next video, no problem. And it didn't, I mean, by the way we had our first entry on the table, we could just stop there because things were working. So see you on the next one. Bye bye. Don't forget to like and subscribe though. Hello beautiful people, how are you guys doing? Well, welcome back to the channel, welcome back to the course. And today we have one of the most requested videos. I mean, and all the videos are requested, but okay. And what you're seeing on the screen is the admin side of our app, because of course I couldn't do everything on the single app. We will need to have one separated app for the admin and another for the user. And today we will configure some of these functionalities like add category and add brand. The UI of this app I will provide to you because I had it built, and I will not teach you how to create this card and insert this text on this particular video, but I will give the link in the description for this. But this video will finish the configuration of the sign in and login for the last video, and then we will start working with this admin side of the app where we can see the revenue, number of users, campaign, and so on and so forth. So I hope you're excited. I hope you are excited. Let's go, let's get it. But before we get into the video guys, what you're seeing on the screen are images of a country in Africa called Mozambique that was recently devastated by a cyclone, and thousands of people died, or millions of people were affected, and a lot of them are now homeless, without shelter, without food, without anything. So if you would like to help with your donations, I will leave the link of my PayPal and my Paytm account if you're in India. So let's help these people let's give a hand to our brothers, because tomorrow any days can be us. So thank you guys for your time, and let's get back to the video. So with that being said, let's go back into it. Here we have to build admin interface or admin app. We have to configure that app, and then after that we can add products into our database. But let's do something. Let's configure, because we didn't really finish the configuration of this part. So let's do something quick before we jump into that. First of all is we need to go to our login, and we will still work with this. We will improve this, don't worry guys. Is signed in. So how are we going to use this? Is like this. To verify if the user is signed in or is logged in, we will have to do quickly come here and copy this, come back here, paste it. So we have Firebase user is equal to Firebase auth.current user. So if the user exists, what are we going to do? User, then user, because user is what we're going to get from this method. So what do we want to do here? Sorry, this is not supposed to be like this. We will do something very easy. If our user is not null, meaning if the user exists, you just set state is we will set state is logged in equal to true. We will come afterwards to improve this, don't worry. We don't really need that part here. We can leave it like that. Okay, perfect. So a small arrangement that we can do, let's rerun the app. If nothing happens, means the user is not, oops, and we have a logged in user. That's why we were automatically redirected to that page. Let me do a logout. I will show you afterwards how to do that. So we did the logout. Now let's rerun the app and you will see the difference. And now nothing happened because there's no logged in user. Okay, we will come and improve the login and stuff, don't worry about that. Now hit sign up. Let's try to create a new user. I'll call him Santos. Santos at test.com. He is a male and his password is 111111. Sign up. Boom. Now we have it. Let's go to our database and see what happened. And we want the real-time database. That's what we're using. Boom, we have one user here, and if we click on him, we have what? Santos at test. Here we have his email, his gender, user ID, and username. Okay, perfect. So we are able to create users, and I can log him out if I want to. But okay, this is working, this part is working. I will come, we will do the login. That's not a big issue. I can do a logout and a login afterwards. That's not a big issue, and that's not the main goal for this app, for this video in particular. Here what I want to show you guys is now we're supposed to learn how we're going to configure our admin app, because now we must have a separate app for the admin and one for the users. Because if I have the store as the admin, I want to see different stuff, I want to be able to post and everything. So let me show you guys something. Oh, I went ahead and created a basic structure for an app, and here you have it. Let's run it. Why I did this off the video is because most of the times I take an hour or so just doing the UI, just doing like a list view, a grid view, and I believe that at this point most of you guys know how to do that. So I don't know, you'll tell me on the comment sections below, on the comment section below, if you agree with this new approach or not. But because I want to go straight to the point, I want to work with the backend because there's a lot of things to do, and if I take like an hour just doing the UI of the app, then it's going to take forever to finish this. Okay, so here's the admin app. The admin will be able to see his revenue, he will be able to see uh, number of users, the categories, products sold, and orders. Then we'll hit manage, and here we'll be able to add products, to view the product list, to add category, category list, add brand, and brand list. So this is just the UI, nothing is functional yet, but I didn't want to waste our time building this. But let me give you a very quick overview of what's happening so you guys can have an idea. Of course it's all inside of a scaffold, and for the app bar I'll put this side by side, so I'll explain you guys and you will see. Yes, so this is what's happening. You have here the app bar, and for the title of the app bar I provided a row with two flat button icon. I like flat button icon because you can just give the icon there. This, and in here up I used enum called page, and the page we have dashboard and manage because we have two views for the dashboard and manage. Actually I don't load this page again, I just change what's displayed in the page. That's very functional and makes the app load faster. So then I define the select page is equal to page dashboard, meaning by default this is the active view, the dashboard. And then I define some colors. Active color is red and not active color has gray. Then here for the flat button icon, for the colors we are doing, so if selected page is equal, this is a conditional statement. We are checking first if the selected page is going to be equal to page.dashboard, and if the selected page is equal to dashboard, set the color is active, and if it's not dashboard, set the color has not active. We are doing the same thing for the flat button icon manage. If the selected page is equal to manage is going to be active and not active otherwise. And then after that we are for the body we are calling load screen, and inside of this method load screen we're going to return a widget, and now we're taking a switch statement. We are going to switch the selected page, meaning case 1, if the selected page is page.dashboard, we are going to return this. blah blah blah. We are using cards here and everything, and if the selected page is managed, we are going to return this. Okay, by default we return a container, but this will never happen. Sure. So don't worry guys about this, and if I just talked very quick, and yeah, because I'll leave the link for this UI on the description. It's not the complete app, only for this particular UI. I'll create a different repo, and you can clone the UI. You can take your time, view it on your computer, and you can just ask me on the comment section for any doubt or in case of any doubts. Okay, perfect. So now what's left? Now let us go to our Firebase console, our project overview, and we will need to configure that app. So add app, and it's going to be an Android app. You already know the process of configuring Firebase. I hope you do, but if you don't know, don't worry. The first thing you're going to do is get the package name, and you're going to find this under Android, under app, under source, and here you will open what where is our manifest here? Where is the manifest here? We have our app, we have our source. Build griddle, that's not what we want. Here under profile, under the profile you're going to find the Android manifest. It's looking different, it's looking super different. The package name, here we have it. Just copy this and paste it here. Here I will give e-commerce. Oh no, not e-commerce, because our app is called Flutter admin. Okay, I don't need to create SHA1 key or SHA1 key here. Just hit register app, and then we have to download our JSON Google services. First, before I download, let's make sure I don't have nothing on my download, or I don't have a Google, because I usually download this a lot, and actually I have. This would give me a problem. Let me just delete it, and now it's all clear. So then you go and you download Google services.json file. It's going to take a couple seconds, and it's done. Now you go to the downloads again, and if you're thinking that this is boring, you can just go straight to the point, because I believe that you have seen this way too many times. So you go and copy this. Done. Now we go to Android Studio, and for you waiting for configurations to iOS and everything, don't worry, we are going to get into that. Now you can hit next, or if you click here, you know that you have to paste this inside of the app just below the build griddle, which is going to Android, going to app, and this is not the app. Okay, I'll terminate this. Oh, okay, now you're going to paste it here. Okay, perfect. Then hit next, and on the project level you'll need to copy this, meaning on this build griddle here inside dependencies. Let's make sure it's the correct. You're supposed to paste this, and then what, on the app level copy this. Now we're talking about this griddle here. You have dependencies again, in here you paste that line, and you have Google services which we want to add to the end of the file. Okay, perfect. Now after this is done, you hit next and go to Android Studio, run your app again. Most of the times you need to stop it completely and run it. This may take a while, and forget about this. Okay, I believe that by now it's okay. It's not. We may need to wait for a couple seconds so that it is going to be configured too. What's the issue now? Because now we want to verify our installation. Strange, because here we have that it was successfully synced, but here nothing happened. Okay, I was about to close the app, it was just taking long. Continue to console. Let me open it. And I'm sorry for the name of the project here, because at the configuration stage I kind of configured this for a different app. Next, I don't know what happened, it didn't detect. Okay, anyways, it's up and running, that's what matters. Okay, so now we have our app connected to our Firebase. So what are we going to do now is import some dependencies here. Let's open, I'll go ahead and open our e-commerce app. Please don't mind the name. As I told you at the beginning, it was a different project. but no worries. Here we want to go to our pubspec file, and in here we need this. You know what, I will copy everything and then just copy the dependencies from the other app and open your shop app admin, and here on the pubspec file just paste everything and then run packages get. Okay, perfect, we have the packages now. So we will need to do something else here, which is, before we add products, actually we need to add categories. So after we add categories, we are going to add, after we add categories and brand, we are going to add a product, from where we're going to choose a category and a brand from the categories and brands present on the database. So yeah, I think that's our goal now. Let's do something. There's a lot of files open here. Just close everything, okay? Perfect. Oh, close this as well. Perfect. Open our library screens, admin, and here for the admin, where we have add category, let's work with this. I will use alerts here. I'll call it category alert. Now let's create this method called category alert, and we are going to have a variable. Let me zoom. This is actually taking a lot of space. Okay, we are going to have a variable here called alerts, which is going to be a new alert dialog, which is going to have content of what text form field. Okay, no problem. And for this we are going to give a controller of category controller, and now we have to create this controller. Just come up here. Okay, let me just close this. Perfect. Just come up here and create the text editing controller. Call it category controller is equal to text editing controller. Perfect. Since we are here and we are going to need another one for the brand, we are going to create another controller called brand. Brand controller Perfect. And what can we add in here? Here we'll add um okay, let's add decoration. Input decoration. For the hint, we are going to give here add category is the hint. What else can we give? Mm, what else? What else? Okay, we will see. We will see this afterwards. We can make a validation to ensure that the category is not empty. But okay, let's do that. So let's wrap this inside of a form field. No, 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 no. We don't need to have a form. Validator value, which is the typed value. What are we going to do is if value dot is empty, return value, return category cannot be empty. Perfect. What else can we do here? What else can we do here? We will have to add something here. We have the content, we need to add action. And for the action, we are going to add first, let's try to go with a flat button icon. Since I use it above, you can see how it works. Okay, icons dot check, and for the label, text, and the text will say add. And here instead of check, I will put add. Okay, perfect. Now here, close, and the text will say cancel. Almost perfectly complete. Show dialog. For the context, we are going to use context, and then for the builder, we are going to use this current context, and we are going to return alert. This underscore means that we're using this context. So is it all? Is it all? Let me try to see what happens on our app. And I'm using a real device here, using this app called Visor. I really encourage you guys to do the same, because the processing speed is just amazing, and you don't have to be using simulator on your machine, meaning so here you have it. But this is looking ugly using flat icon. I just wanted to show you how it works, but it's looking ugly, so I'll just change that to normal icons. I'll change that to normal icons. So let's delete this, and here we will write child, and we will do the same thing here, and here we'll write child as well. Let's capitalize this, cancel, add. For cancel it's easier, we just need to do navigator dot pop context, it's all. Perfect. And we may need to use a form here. And this form here needs a key, and I'll call it form key. I didn't create these yet, but to keep track of the state of the form, we need to have that key, which is a global key of the type form state, and this is the name is equal to global key perfect. Now what else here? I'll rename this. The shortcut for renaming is Shift F6, and then I'll use here category form key. And I am doing this because we are going to use another form, but now for the brand, which is going to be called brand form key. Perfect. Now we will take this category we will take this category method, copy it and repeat it, and now we're going to call it brand alert. And in here we are going to use, of course, the brand form key, and add brand. Perfect. Now let's go to our load screen, and right in here, where is that? Here where we have add brand, we paste brand alert. Done. What had to be done here is done. So now we have the category alert here working with no problem, and we have the brand alert working with no problem as well. Now what we have to do is quickly come to our lib, and let's create a package called db, where we're going to handle our database operations, and we'll create a file called category we'll create another file called brand. Perfect. So now for the category, we are going to do import package Cloud Firestore. Now we're going to use Cloud Firestore here because, well, because it's the best way to go. And we'll create a class. And yes, of course, Cloud Firestore offers us a lot of functionalities that we don't have on real-time databases, or that we would have to work a bit to make them possible on real-time databases. Simple things, just like counting number of elements on a node, we have to write a bit of code for real-time databases, and it's not the case for Cloud Firestore. And that's how we're going to go for the products and everything else. The users, we're going to leave them on a real-time database, no problem. So here, category service, this is how I'm going to call this. And the first thing we're going to do actually is do here firestore is equal to firestore dot, not this, firestore dot instance. Great. We'll create a method here called create category, and this method is going to take a string name. Now we're going to have here firestore is equal collection. The name of the collection is going to be categories dot document, which has to be the ID dot set data category name is going to be equal to name. Okay, now here we want to create this the ID. To create ID here, I'm going to use a small method. Let me open up a new tab and write here Flutter UID or UUID. I don't know how the package is called, but we will figure out. We'll find out here. And what it does, this will generate keys for us. This package is going to be used to generate keys. So just copy the package name, go to Android Studio, and just like that paste it. Then oops, you just hit packages get. Because no version of Flutter cache manager depends on you. Okay, we are having a small problem here with this. Okay, I'll remove this so it will automatically find a suitable version of UUID, and it's done. Now, how do we use that is quite simple. But if you come here to their documentation, you have how do you use. You first create UID and then you define the version. Okay. So let's do it. I'll show you guys. Here, let's create a var. We'll call it ID. It's going to be equal to u. Am I saying it correctly? Oh, let me import this first. Import this. Then this is going to be a string, of course. Category ID is going to be equal to ID dot v1. Perfect. And in here you just write category ID. So we automatically have here the ID. For the category, we're going to create a collection called categories, and the ID is going to be category ID, and the data is going to be category name is equal to name. So let's go straight to the brand and do exactly the same thing. So I'll just copy this. I'll come to the brand, I'll paste it, and here I'll give this brand service as the name, and here I'm going to give this as brands, and here is going to be brand ID, and finally we're going to have brand name, brand. I'll leave it brand. Even for the category name, I'll just leave this category. Perfect. Brands or brand ID says brand is equal to name. Okay, this is done. Now to finalize it, we're going back to our admin, and here on our admin we will need to first come to the top and let's import dash db slash category, and let's import as well dash db slash brand, and in here let's create brand service, which is going to be equal to brand service, which is going to be equal to brand service, and then category service is going to be equal to category service, which is going to be equal to category service. Perfect. Then what else? I need another package here And let me see if we have the Flutter toast. We have it. So let's go back to the admin and import package Flutter toast. Okay. Now what are we going to do here is the following. Oops. For this alert on add, we are going to do first we are going to do category service dot create category, and for the name you're going to give this category controller dot text, and not to work too much, we can just say if category controller dot text is not null, just to make sure that we are going to provide the category name here. And then after that is done, we can just use a Flutter toast saying show toast with the message category added or created, and here instead of add I'll put, okay, I'll leave it add, and here I can leave it created, no problem. Okay, perfect. And maybe after this we can just do a navigator.context pop. I think it's nice. And for the brand we're going to follow the same logic. When we click on this add, we will want to work with, for the brand here, this must be brand controller first, and then we will check if the brand controller dot text is null, and finally we will use brand service dot it's supposed to be create brand, not create category. I forgot to rename here. Create brand. Perfect. And now the name here is going to be brand controller dot text. Brand added. Okay, we do have a lot of things going on here. It's time to start testing stuff out. What is this guy doing here? Oh. Okay, let's rerun the app. Oops. Rerun the app. Okay, this may take couple seconds to finish. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Now it's taking a lot of time. Okay, I think it's done. No, it's not done. But because the app is still active. You know what? Let me do this. I'll stop the app and I will run it again. I'm just praying I don't have that Cloudflare store issue with dependencies and stuff, because it sucks to have that problem. Okay. While the app is running or it's loading, we can take some time to just explain you guys what's happening here, because it seems like a lot of things happened. So here there's not much to explain, I believe, because we really did uh, just oh damn damn, and that's the same old issue. Okay guys, we will do one thing. This video is already way too long. We will fix it on the next one, and don't worry, as soon as I start the next one I will fix this issue. Okay, see you on the next one. Hello beautiful people, welcome back to the channel. And once again, today we are going to learn something very important. We're going to learn how to upload our products into a database, meaning we're going to learn how to load the pictures from our device and upload them to our storage. Okay, but before we get started, first, as you can see, now it's like 1:56. It's late, and probably I'll not upload this video now. But anyways, I don't have a lot of time during the day to work on this, so I just try to do something for you guys during the night. On our last video we had a bug. It wasn't opening, but what you have to do, and this solution was given by one of the subscribers. Unfortunately I forgot to see his name, but big thanks for you, thumbs up. And if you guys know a way in which I can improve the things I do, feel free to tell me in the comment section and I change that. That's how we learn. So I had this problem once, and my way of fixing was kind of different and more complex. But what you have to do is you have to, let me close here, you have to open Android folder, and then here you have to open the app folder and open this build Gradle, and you have to come and add this line here, multi-dex enable true. Okay, so you'll not have conflicting versions of Android and stuff. I will put this on description, so you just have to copy it and come and paste it here. So with that out of the way, if you hit run on the app, and I should have started the app before, no problem. But because we did the configuration of add brand and one second, I always have a lot of tabs here. Let me just close this. I'm always on Medium and stuff. Oops. So here we have all the storage. I mean Cloudflare store, not storage. Our Cloudflare store. and it's empty for now, but that's not an issue. Here we have our app done. You just hit manage, and first we'll create category, add category, and our category will be called kids ads, and we have category created. Then let us add another category. Now we will add here man. Oops. But first let's go to our database, reload, and see what happened. Perfect. If you take a look into our database, we have this collection called categories, and we have one ID here for the document, and we have category kids. So it's perfectly working. Now we'll create another category. Oops. Call it man. Add category. We'll create another category called women. Add category. We'll just create couple categories we're going to need. Man, woman, done. Let me just put here formal, like formal clothes, right? And finally we want accessories. And this is kind of, oh, okay. Then we have to add shoes as well. I think it's important. Shoes. Add category. Let's go back to our, and as you can see, we have the category here, and for each document we have man, women, and everything, and we can add more category if we need to. Now let's go to add brand. The first brand is going to be Santos. Add another brand. Add 7. Add another brand. Spicy. We're just making brand's name here. Add another brand. Oh, don't V. You just find any names. Let's see the changes. Let me try to reload this. And here we have brands. Brand Santos. So we have the brands created as well. So we are done with this, both brands and categories. Okay, perfect. Now let us put this on full screen. To be super quick, because I don't want to take a lot of time doing this, let me, here on our screens, we'll create a new screen. Create a new Dart file, and we call it add product. we're going to import our package Flutter slash main.dart. Let's go to our browser, and in here, image picker Flutter. We want this. We want the image picker. So let's get this dependency. Go to pubspec file again and write in anywhere in here, then we'll do packages get. Then it's saying it's a duplicate. Oh, we already have image picker. Sorry. I did not know that. Let me close these files and let's start working as quick as possible to make this video as brief as possible. Add products, we have you here. Get dependencies. Import Dart convert. We will use that not exactly now. And now let us create this stateful widget called add. Let me zoom in. Add product. Perfect. In here, of course, we'll want to return a scaffold. The same old thing, app bar color. Let me define. You know what? Let us do something, because I don't want to be writing this every time, because most of the time I'll be using color changing. So let me create a new package here, and I'll call this package name. I'll call this utils for utility, and inside this let me create a Dart file, and I'm going to call this color util. And here I'll just make use of okay. I'll just define some variables and stuff. Okay, we'll come and complete that work. Afterwards, we'll copy all of these to that file. But we'll create here material color to make things easier for us, and we're going to call this white being equal to colors dot white. So let me just copy this and do the same for black. So we'll just afterwards we will copy this to a particular file, and then instead of writing this colors dot, we'll just put this. gray. I think that these are the colors I'm going to use the most here. Okay, we can take this basic gray, no problem. Okay, perfect. Now here we can just write what? White. Then for the title we're going to have text add product, and let's give a style, text style for this. Then we just give color black. You know how easy it is now. And now for the leading icon, I'm going to give here icons dot close and color black. Okay, perfect. Let us see what we have. No, first we have to configure something. We have to make sure that when we click on that add product, which is in here, we have a navigator dot push then we have the material page route. Let me zoom it, and inside this we have context. Oops, or we can just give this dash, and from here we're going to return add product. And here, just closing here, we're going to have an error because we didn't import this class. Just click on it and we import the file. Done. Okay, perfect. Oops. The type color is not a subtype. Okay. I think we have a problem not on this file here. Here we have to define color, not material color. Okay, let's see if this will fix our issue. Okay, our issue is fixed. Define here color, not material color. It was a mistake, sorry. Elevation will put 0.0 because we don't want no elevation here. Or you can put 0.1 just You can put 0.1 just to have a small difference there. Okay, with that out of the way, let us make sure we have a lot of real estate here. So with that out of the way, what are we going to do here is body, okay, and inside of this, let's give a list view, and inside of this list view we provide children, and first we will define row, again, children. The first children is going to be outline button. Perfect. And here we're going to give a parameter called border side. Then we have border side. Then here for the color we'll give gray. And then for the we can give gray with opacity 0.8. I think it's going to look somehow better. And finally, let's give this a width of 1.1. Perfect. For the on press of this button, for now we'll just leave on null. And finally, we will add here something called child. Okay, for the child we can use icons dot add, and for the color of the icon we'll just give gray. So do you see how simple is it just to give gray instead of using that colors dot blah blah blah? Okay, we still have a couple things to work here. First of all, let's give a padding to this. No, first of all, let me put this on full screen to make sure you guys are able to see it properly, and I just put my mobile phone on a correct position, and afterwards I will show you the output while I'm able to view it. Okay, let's work. So what's supposed to happen now is, let me add some padding. Sometimes it doesn't give me the suggestion, I don't like that. Okay, I'll just hit add padding just like that. Okay, that was saved. But from left it can be this, from top it can be 14, then 8.0, then 14.0 again. Okay, let's give it 17. And just to remind you that I'm able to see the output, so if I just be changing the numbers, don't worry, I know what's happening. 22, 22. This is something that at the end of the day is really just up to you. How do you think the numbers or the size of the icons have to have? Let me just show you guys what I'm doing. I'm just finding the right size for this button here, and I'll give it 30. I'll just give it 30 here, and 30 here. Here I'll give width 2. I'm trying to optimize these values. Let's go big now. Let's go big. Okay, the first part is somehow done. So what can we do here? What can we do here? Let's add another widget into this. We're going to call this expanded widget. Of course. Ooh. No. That's another. But let's try to do something. Let's try to do something. I'll copy this and I will paste it here and here. Okay. And can we add padding into our expanded widgets? No, that's not possible. Okay, but I know what I can do. I'm doing things the wrong way. I can add padding into this. And I'll have to build the app again. Just click here. Add product. And again, come here to our outline. And we will add padding to all of the tree. Add padding to everything. Okay, perfect. And for this gray, I can give it opacity of 0.5 if I want to. Okay, and I think it's better. I can increase this width to 2.5 as well. Perfect. So let me just change for the rest of them. And finally for this one. Okay, perfect. And these are buttons that we're going to use to add our products. Perfect. After this, we need couple things here. The first thing we may going to need actually would be to put all of these, including the list view, inside of a form. Nothing will change on the UI, but don't worry about that. Again, we're going to use key, form key. This is going to be super handy, but we don't have this variable because we're going to be able to check the state of the form. So we need a global key of the type form state called form key. Is going to be equal to our global key. And to specify, you can write here form state. Perfect. Now after this product there, we will add what else do we need now is this is done, so we need to go out of our row and we need a text form field. Yes, that's what we need, text form field. and inside of here we'll need our controller. I'll write product name controller, and we don't have this variable, so I'll just copy it and I'll just paste it here. So we need a text editing controller. Product name controller is going to be equal to new text editing controller. Done. The naming of this is not correct. It's supposed to be like that. So coming down here again our controller will allow us I'm sorry, to access the values of our form. Then after that, what do we want? Okay, decoration. Then we'll have here our input decoration, and then hint, not our hint text is going to be product name. Okay, for now I think that's all we have to do in here. And again, now we're going to validate validator. So we have our value, which is the value we're going to have on that which is going to be the product name in the case. If we will do two validations here. First, if no product name is entered, we're going to return you must enter the product name. Then let's run else if what? Value is greater than 10, so we don't want nothing greater than 10. We're talking about the product name. To make sure it will fit on our UI perfectly. Write product name can't have more than 10 letters. Okay, perfect. Okay, we may need a padding for this. So add padding. And we can put this on something like 12. Okay, I think 12 is good enough. And in here we are going to put a small text saying enter a product name with 10 characters. At a maximum. And then we can just, for this one, we'll give a style and text style for this guy. Our color, we had to have a red there. colors dot, no, you know what, oops, what's happening? Okay, I don't know what was happening. As a matter of fact, I'll define another color here. I'm going to call it red because we may need to use this a couple times. So we have the red. So in here, for the colors, we will just put red, and font size, let's put something like 14. 14 is too big, we can put 12. Okay, and let's do first text align. We'll align this text to the center. Perfect. And we may as well add a padding to this. Perfect. Perfect. So let's go back to full screen, because now we may need to do some work, like loading our pictures from loading our category name and our brand from the database. That's our task now. Just 1 second. Just 1 second and make sure everything is right on my device. Okay, perfect. Now, we have here a DB. So let's create a method, and we are going to call this method. No. We don't have to create a new. I meant file. We don't have to. We can just go to the brand and category. Let's go to the brands. And first, we can import Dart convert and do get we're going to return a future list get brands is supposed to be get brands. First we have firestore dot collection, and our collection name is brands. So let's make things easier for us. So just create a string, and we're going to call this ref, giving reference to our collection name, which is a string, and here we can just write ref. So collections ref dot snapshots. Oh, 1 second. Okay, that's a query snapshot. I just wanted to see the type. Let's say it's a query snapshot, and I'll try to write data being equal to this. It's not giving me exactly what I want. So let's just put dot. I don't need a where here. I need to use stream, then query snapshot, then data. That's what they want us to do. So now how are we going to do this? What's the best way for us to go about doing this? Oh, okay. What about we run a for d in data? Can we run this like that? No. Okay, I'll do this data dot. I don't want listen, I want for each method. Inside of data, oh, here I'll write snap shots. I think it's better like that. Snapshots. And here inside of snapshots, I'll write snapshot. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know what's the issue you're trying to give me, guy. I don't know what's the issue you're trying to give me, guy. Type of null can be a sign of type of query snapshot. Okay, we'll give this v. V being the value that's going to be returned. Oh, we better write snapshot. But these names are kind of confusing, so I'll just leave it snap. Okay, perfect. So what are we going to do now is we are going to do, let's create a list. Now we can call this list data. Or better yet, let's call this brands. And then here we can just add brands dot insert 0, and the element we want to insert is snap dot documents. As a matter of fact, we can do something even more interesting here. because this is going to return a list and I wouldn't like to have a list inside of another list. That would be kind of strange. So what I can do is our brands are going to be equal to snap dot documents. If we do like this, we are going to have a single document snapshot. um and excuse me to be just writing and deleting, but the point is I'm trying to find the best method for us to apply here. I can use a for like that. Int I is equal to 0, then snapshots dot length, meaning that I must be smaller than snapshots dot length. Hello beautiful people, welcome back to the channel. Well, guys, for the last video we just stopped with a bug and suddenly, but the thing is I was super tired and I couldn't really think straight, and I got stressed and I just closed, and I woke up today like, oh, what was I doing yesterday? But today is the continuation of the last video, and we are going to add products to our database. So the first thing we are going to do here is we are going to change this. Maybe this is not what you exactly have on your computer, and I mean, as you guys can see, I really can't help much because it's 12 a.m. old, and I have no other go. My day was busy again, and that's the only time I have to record for you guys. Since I love you, I do it. Anyways, let's go. Let's get it. Um, and by the way, if you're not subscribed to the channel, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button because we have a milestone to reach. I'm trying to make it to 10,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So if you can help me with that, I would be super happy. So let's do Firebase. I'll try this method of getting this into a list. I'm trying to get our collections into our list. Get documents. Then we're going to have snaps in here. Oh, better yet, okay, snaps. Meaning the snapshots inside of our Firestore, and I can just write snaps dot documents, and I want to return this. This is a list of, it's a list of course, but it's a list of, oops, document snapshots. So this is going to get us a list. Perfect. Let me put this on full screen, and then we will try everything once the code is complete. Okay, Okay, I can start running the app on my mobile and I'll be able to view the changes from my device. Okay, perfect. Let's do the same thing we did here to our categories because the behavior is quite the same. Just a second. I'm just putting everything in place out here. Oops. Okay, perfect. So what are we going to do here is I don't want to write this again, so I'll just copy. Go to our documents and we will and I'll create a variable here. I'll create a string. I'll create a string and ref, which is going to be our reference, and I'll just remove this and I'll put it in here. Categories and come in here to put ref. Try to do things quick because we don't want to waste a lot of time with this. Then get category. Okay, again, get category. We're going to return file store collection ref. Then we have blah 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 blah. Perfect. Now what's the goal now? What's the goal now? And just to make sure that this is working, okay, it's working. We don't have to make sure. I don't want to waste a lot of time doing that. Oh, we did that. Now what are we going to do is open our add product page, and right after we can start here by, let me zoom in a bit. We can start here by creating a list brands, and at the beginning we can just create an empty list, no problem. But let's make sure that this is a list of document. Okay, I have to import something here, Cloud Firestore, before we make use of document snapshot. So come in here, copy this. So let's go to our add product page, and perfect. We're going to import here document snapshot, the type of the list we are dealing with. So at the beginning we have an empty list of the I'm sorry, so sorry. Perfect. We can do the same thing to categories. Ooh. We can do the same thing to categories. Perfect. Now let me get rid of this convert. Now let's import slash db category, and we will import dot dot slash db brand. Perfect. This is somehow out of the way now, and let's work with the categories first. So in here we just go to control and override methods, and we want to create initial state method. Perfect. um, we will create a variable in here of is going to be a list. We want to be a list of drop down menu items, and inside of our drop down menu items we want to have a string, and category or categories drop down. Okay, I can just close it. I don't want to. Oh, we can assign it to empty elements. It's going to be equal to this. Perfect. I'll copy and I will paste it, and we'll create another called brands drop down. Okay, but just to begin with, we will start with, of course, I will now create a string, and we're creating a lot of variables here called current category, which is going to show our current category, and another string called current brand. Ooh, I don't know what I wrote here. Okay, perfect. Now let's start with the category drop down, and get categories drop down. Okay, we are going to define this method, the get categories drop down method. And what are we going to do now is defining this method. I'll come just here and I'll write this drop down menu items. Okay, and we'll call it get categories drop down. It's a method. Perfect. And inside of the method we will create another variable called list. Then we will define the type of the list as drop down menu item. Okay, and in here we'll define it as a string. Perfect. And items, which are going to be equal to new list. Okay, so the items are going to be a list of items that are going to be inside of our categories drop down. Okay, perfect. Now we'll create a for loop string category in categories Okay, list drop down is used. Type string. Okay, to solve this, we will give this a document snapshot here as well. Perfect. So for each category inside of categories, we are going to do the following: item dot add. We are going to insert inside of our items new drop down menu item is what we're going to insert, and the child is going to be new. You don't have to give it new. It's going to be text category brand, and for the value is going to be again category brand. Okay, and now we just need to go out of the loop and return our items. Wow, this seems or looks very complex, you may be saying, but it's not that complex. We want to create a drop down. We're providing a list, a drop down menu item that's going to have strings as the items, and in here we're creating a category or items list, and on our items list we have category, which is a document snapshot, but we want a string, not a document snapshot. That's why we're doing category brand on these rectangular braces. Okay, so that's all that's happening here. Seems too complicated, but it's not that much complicated. Okay, now we shall go to the part 2 of things, which is how are we going to first of all get categories. This is a method that we're going to define now. And let's make it asynchronous. And in here, we'll have a list containing document snapshots. I did a mistake here, because here we're dealing with categories, not with brands. So here, instead of brand, you give category. Perfect. Because on our database, we have this category field for our collection. You saw that on the previous video. Okay, now let's go down. We'll create a list. I'll call it data, and I'll say that it's equal to, come up here, and we will, let me just cut this stuff from there and paste it here, and here I can category service is what I'm creating here. Category service is equal to category service. Perfect. And I'll create another called brand service. Is going to be equal to brand service, which is equal to brand service. Perfect. I created two more variables in here. Now what are we going to do is come down here, and we want to await for our category service dot get category, which was supposed to be get categories, but anyways. And then after this we'll set categories equal to data. So we are assigning this value we're going to get from this get category method inside of the category service in here. But you know what, let me go and rename this, because we're supposed to be I can just write categories list. Nah, I'll write get categories. Perfect. And we will go back to our add, and in here I'll just put get categories, and this is going to be equal to our data. So at the beginning of our method we are calling get categories. Perfect. Now let's actually display all of the stuff we've been writing here to see if things are working perfectly. We will of course create here center child, and inside of our center child we'll create another child called drop down button. Okay, our items are going to be categories drop down. Perfect. Our value is going to be current category. Perfect. And here we'll call a method called change selected category. Okay, change selected category. We're going to define that method in a second. There's something left for us to do here, which is we have the current category, but we didn't really define what's the value of that. So I can write here current category being equal to categories drop down. We want the first element value. Perfect. So now we can go down here and let's create this method now. Let's define the behavior of what's going to happen once or since or when an item in the categories in the drop down is clicked on. So in here we will need a string called selected category, which is the category that was clicked, and we will just set our current category being equal to our selected category. Okay, is everything perfect in here? Okay, everything seems to be working just fine. And now what we have to do is basically repeat the work we did for the categories. We are going to do that work for our brand. Okay, most of it will be just copy and paste. So, but in the meantime, I'm building the app on my device to see how we are going to react to this. Okay. Now let's come in here and try to do exactly the same thing, but now for our brand. So I'll create a method here. Called get brands, and the behavior of the get brands is going to be the same as the categories. Let me do something like this to see what's happening in our app. Invalid range for our index. Let's see what's the issue. Blah blah blah. This may have something to deal with our initial value. So I'll just put here test, then we will see what we do with that. Connection error from the server. I don't know what it does this sometimes. So okay, seems like we are not getting our value here. So let's try to troubleshoot this. Okay, close it. Okay, we didn't define the behavior of that. Now's the time of the troubleshooting. We want to find out where are we having the issue. So let me just go to the brand, and before we return this, I want to print snaps.documents.length, just to make sure that we are getting error from the server. It does that sometimes, I don't know why. So let's go and manage, and I will get here brand list. Okay, we are having 4 here, meaning that we are getting the values from here. Perfect. Because we actually have 4 brand names there. Perfect. This is working. So what are we going to do is, let's go back to our add product page, and even before we do this, here when we get the categories at the beginning, let's just print data.length, just to make sure that we're getting something out of this. So as soon as we open the add page, we are supposed to see 4, because that's the number of rows or entries we have on our database. We have, oh no, this is for the categories, not the brands. We have 7, meaning that this is working. Okay, perfect. We will find out where the issue is in a second. Here. And I'm starting to think that the issue now is with our drop down, not really with the brand names and stuff. Okay, now we want to make sure that our categories is not empty as well. So add category 7 both the category and this, they have values. So we have values assigned to our categories. Okay. What am I going to do now? Because the thing is, here we have current category is equal to test. So in here we were supposed to see test at least. So what's the issue? With our drop down list? Okay, this is nothing nice. But just to make sure, or just to show to you guys that we are actually now getting the values, we can just do a simple, let me suppose I will turn this that's inside of a form, this list view into a column, and I come down here, I'll use expanded, and then oops, in here I can use child, we will use a list view builder, list view builder, And in here again we can have something like item count categories dot length. This is just to show that we are getting the categories. Our context, now we have the index, and inside of the index we can just print what? Return list style title categories index. Oops, this is supposed to be inside of a text, and inside of our text we can have categories index category. Okay, let's rerun it and see how it goes. You see, we can see that we have these categories here: men, kids, and these are the categories present on our database. So the problem now, it's 100% sure, I'm 100% positive that the problem is getting our categories inside of our drop down button. And is it possible that the issue is in here? For document snapshot category in categories. Okay, let's sorry, let's try to do this in a different way to see if it's going to work. We can do it using for int I is equal to 0, and then we want this I to be lesser than categories dot length, then I plus plus, then items dot insert 0, oops, 0, drop down menu item, for the child you will give a text, categories I category, and value is going to be the same thing. We have the same thing we gave here. We can go back in here. Okay, and now we are going to, okay, let's try to run this again and see if it helps in a way to get our drop down menu working. Oops, did I change it? Okay, before we change, let's make sure our category drop down has items in it. So we'll just print the length just to double check that. Okay, I think it's done. And it still shows 0, which is not nice. Which is not nice. So it shows 077, meaning that we are not really returning any value from here. Oops, this is not nice. Let's try to print the value not being inserted into our drop down item. That's the thing. So let's try to print uh, let's try to print items length. So these are supposed to get 3 sevens. This is just a quick way to verify if there are values into an array or not without having to do too much code. And we don't have any value into none of those. This list is empty. That's what's happening. Okay, I have a different plan. I don't understand why isn't this being inserted, but instead of doing that, I will set a state and here instead of items, I'll go directly to category. Okay. And I will return nothing in here. Just going to be a void method. Just going, okay, we will insert directly into categories using a set state. Perfect. So there's no need of doing this. Okay, let's see how well they're going to work. And this gentleman is still getting no items into it. But we're getting the list here. Okay, no problem. I will fix this on the next one. Just this is we have already 40 minutes, and we will make the drop down work perfectly on the next video. We will solve this bug.